Hi, it's skycat.live! What's up? It's 12:30 in the morning on a 5/21/2024. That is a Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. Today I will be playing some Fallout 76 and some EVE Online and some FFXI Horizon. And it's been a pretty good day. I just ate my dinner. I woke up today. I slept from, goddamn, like 6 in the morning until, I don't know, 9 o'clock at night or something like that. It was pretty good 15-hour, sleep. Was pretty tired. Felt pretty good. And, yep, I'm just still kind of wiping the sleep from my eyes and getting on for, a session here. And I am excited. It'll be a good day, and everything's going good. We got, making money, and, I have to get on 76 here. I forgot, but I have not loaded. Let's us see. Fallout 76. There we go. And I feel like watching videos today. I did not watch any videos yesterday. Okay. What was that? What was that? That was you getting the wrong sound or something? Oh, no, I'm on the wrong side. There we go. And then turn you on. Oh, no, I think you are going to have to die. Sorry. Okay, we are on the right sound now. And load 76 again. There we go. Today, I'm permanently quitting online Rust. It has been too much harassment and too many pieces of shit losers. Full blown, here we go. I'm going to show you what's on my screen here so you can see it in just a second. I'm sorry. Now, okay, you are not working. Oh, no, there we go. And then going to drop it off the big screen here. Just a second. Okay, so let's just go to the Steam game player and statistics. Hi, guys. And we'll take a look here on a Monday night. Yeah. We're seeing serious decline in Rust, and I believe it is the garbage people that have destroyed it. I think it'll become an infested toilet, like Destiny 2. About the same crappy people, I would say. Or Call of Duty, any of those, And I used to think this was a special game, but the full-blown harassment and bullshit in it and all the fucking cocksure fucking shithead, shit-sucking fucking assholes that I met in it have definitely ruined it for me over and over again, and it's time for me to be stronger than them. They'll go on and they'll live there in that cesspit toilet with all the other people who attack people all the time and do nothing to enrich themselves or, do anything with their lives. And I'm going to leave them in their toilet. Absolutely. And this is the last time. I'm dead serious. I will play single-player Rust on my own server, but I will never log on Rust again. This is it. 4,800 hours is as far as I got, and I mean it this time. It's gone. Goodbye. Rust was good. 5,000 hours is too much. It's too much for a non-MMO RPG. There's not enough mobs in it. There's too much bullshit and constant harassment all the time. So let the garbage shit toilet peeper monsters wallow in their toilet and stuff. And when it comes to real skill, they don't have any. So I'll be fine on whatever game comes next, but it won't be Rust. I liked Rust, but so goodbye. Fuck anybody, who's gonna stay there, I think, anyways. It's just a toilet bug. It's like a toilet bowl full of toilet bugs now. I'm done with it. Straight gone. Now, I have said this before, but I'm like, if they change something, I'll come back. But no, this time I'm actually done. Goodbye. So, we'll go back on some 76. PAX Day was a failure, so we must find something else to buy my time. I need a third game in the slot. 76 is good, and it might be 76, I guess. One of the things about 76 is Bethesda would never treat you to the cyberbullying and harassment that Facepunch did. So I wish Facepunch to go belly up. And I will tell anybody how bad Rust is for the rest of my life, specifically because of two people. I'll tell them for the rest of my life, I'm going to be like, Rust is the worst game ever made, don't play it. And this is specifically because of two toilet bowl bug monster pieces of shit, worthless scum of human beings that I would kill if I could. And those two people, Fuck them. And, you know, the cops went after him today. We'll see how it goes. The cops went after him hard. I provided the real names, the socials, the addresses, their histories, their age, and all that stuff. I provided that to the cops and the feds today. So you guys enjoy jail, or juvie, or whatever the fuck deal it is, whatever it'll be for you. Federal charges on swatting. When the kid caused that murder in LA, or in I think it was Kansas, something like that. He went to jail for, I think, 16 years. We'll see how this goes. So, but... And that was his first offense, too. So we'll see how these kids do with the feds after them and the cops. Enjoy. I woke up to some bullshit, so I just full-blown, like, ratted and dumped all their fucking info. All of their info to the feds and the pigs. Enjoy the feds and the pigs, you fucking cocksuckers. Enjoy it. I'm sure it'll be in the next couple of days. I hope you sleep well, you fucking shitheads. That's all I'd say about that. Never speak about that again. I mean it. That's the last time I speak about it. Okay, so this is the Alex Kister allegations by Tom Dark.
One of the craziest things he did here is he wore a dress and was like, well, this gets me hard. There's no evidence he even messaged a minor in like a horrible way. I don't know, I think this guy kind of got slandered, man. I think this Ven person sucks. Sorry this happened to you, Alex Kister. In the future, hopefully you'll learn to not express your emotions with fans, because they'll probably backstab you later on and try to make it to be something it's not. Yep. I have looked at these allegations literally twice already, and both times I've mentally
try to make it something it's not.
I hate them so much. Okay.
You can try to make it something it's not. It'll never be. You'll never have my penis in your mouth. You can dream. The only way that'll ever happen if it's dead.
The subject material, the documents.
You'll never have my penis in your mouth. Stop trying, you fucking little cocksucking pieces of shit.
The videos made about it, all of it is trash, and I'm sorry, but everything I've seen is trash. Okay. Last time I talked about it, I literally like got so frustrated because everybody involved is just I couldn't find one non-estrogenic person. Not that that's a problem, but you know, literally every video is like, I'm a trap. Okay, Jesus. Talk about what's going on, bro. Imagine if I opened every video being like, hey guys, I'm a straight white male, and like, shut up. I'm gonna do it.
And that's the #1 incel, fucking like male figure on the internet saying that. It's kind of funny. Not Tom himself, but I mean, like, you know, the guy who wins their whole culture or whatever, he's the king of their culture right now, and he doesn't like them. It's hilarious. It's gonna be funny when they wake up to it. When they wake up that nobody likes them, not their parents, not their friends, not the people around them, not the people that they harass, not the people on the internet. And when they die old and alone, sexless, they'll understand that they shouldn't have acted this way. And I know it'll take 100 years for them to get to that place. So I just say it now and I let it go.
I'm going to put myself through the pain that I don't want to put myself through. We're finally going to get into the Alex Kister allegations. I'm not going to do the back-loaded, front-loaded explanation of who he is. He created the Mandela catalog. He's getting a bunch
like this right here, what we're seeing on screen is 10 times better than anything Russ has managed.
There is a document that was made about Alex. I'm going to try to read through all of it and avoid passing judgment. I'm going to read the entire thing and give my thoughts. It's really long. It's really long. And I'm sick of reading documents. I genuinely am. But we're going to do it. How many words is this? It's 11,000 words. Something really bad is going to happen to me, guys. I can't say what I'm going to do, but you know. If you know, you know. Stop reading is good for you. This won't induce brain rot. Yes, reading good things. Reading good literature is good for you. Like my own scripts. Reading this trash is not good for you, okay? Jesus. How could this be good for me? How could reading the Alex Kister allegations do anything but rot my brain out of my asshole? I'm sorry. Pop his Indian sack up. You're right. There is a good point. I was just about to say the same thing. I'm going to pop this in, I'm going to chill out, I'm going to lock the fuck in, and we're going to read this document together as a fucking squad, okay? My 1,500 closest friends and family members here today. We're in this together. We're in it for the long haul. This shit-ass document. I guess I'm front-loading it a bit here. Disclaimer, this can't be a defamation case. I do not want my name to be associated with the situation, and all other names will be censored. The victims are allowed to come forward if they wish to. I understand it will be impossible to hide, and that's why afterward I will be leaving my accounts associated with this name. Originally, I decided against talking about my side of the story, especially when I promised to keep quiet. However, I feel like it is necessary to understand the context. I and several others have noticed this behavior pattern that Alex exhibits. This was dealt with in private many times before coming to a conclusion. We have concluded that the best closure would be to warn others of this and to prevent this from happening again. Not just from Alex, but from any creator that misuses their platform. Alright, so he's been misusing his platform. For the past several months, Alex has shown predatory and manipulative behavior. It has brought me and others a great deal of pain. We've also realized this has been going on a lot longer than expected. Everyone in this document has permitted me to use their screenshots or testimonies. All names are censored, but the person can choose to speak publicly out if they wish. Sorry, to publicly speak out if they wish. My side shows Alex's empty promises and manipulation. Alex goes by any pronouns, so in some of these screenshots, you'll see she. So we're into the any pronouns crowd. That's sort of the situation we're dealing with here. One of the most startling revelations about this all for me was that Alex Kisser is apparently trans or something, or has gender dysphoria. One of the craziest things he did here is he wore a dress and was like, well, this gets me hard. He was like wearing a dress and he was like, guys, I'm wearing a dress and it makes my penis hard. And he sent that to someone that he met from his like Discord server. Now the question here, okay, because you know, whatever you think of transgenderism, I think people should be allowed to do whatever they want. Genuinely, don't give a shit. It makes you happy, do whatever you want. But the question is if he misuses his platform to victimize people online, okay? He's someone with a big audience. He's someone with almost 1 million subscribers. His videos have gotten a ton of views. He's been, you know, sort of vouched for by a lot of people online. He's been in Wendigoon videos. He's done interviews with Wendigoon. Shout out Wendigoon, by the way, friend of the show, if you're out there watching. But Alex is a pretty popular guy, probably the most popular analog horror guy in the past little while. To the point that his stuff has even been covered in game theory videos, which is, I would say, probably one of the biggest video essay channels on YouTube.
So it's a lot of spelling. It's basically a lot of, like, people are bad at spelling. Like, it's what I'm taking away from the Mandela effect.
And this video has 1.5 million views. This is a live stream of him reacting to it. And he's done a bunch of these. This one is just a straight up game theory about it.
With Volume 4, we see that Gabriel is a literal being that can manifest in reality,
4 million
communicate with normal humans, and then kill the people he encounters.
Matt Pat's the GOAT, by the way. Shout out Matt Pat. But I'm bringing this up to point out that Alex clearly was super, you know, prolific, I would say. He was a very prolific artist, is a prolific artist, I should say. And what he's being accused of is misusing his platform to manipulate people. Don't know what that means yet, I guess. And the bigger problem here, apparently, is that there were some interactions he was having with people that were underage. Now, I don't know what that means yet. From everything I've seen from all of this, okay, he was in a Discord server with some minors, and he was being too open to them about his transness. From what I've seen, he didn't groom anyone. People are calling him a pedophile on Twitter. I have seen no evidence of that. But it seems like he was being too open about his gender problems with children, basically, with underage people. That is very gross. It's very weird. It's very, you know, it's kind of foul, you know? I don't think you should be talking about your gender identity struggles with your kid audience, especially if that involves you, like, cross-dressing and getting hard to it. But I have to know more about this to know what exactly he did, okay? And I believe this document was written by his ex-girlfriend, actually, which is a very interesting development. At least he didn't help 1,000 kids become trans like that one person on Twitter. Yeah, shout out to Couples and Bob posting for that one, buddy. The beginning. For most of these, there are no screenshots because Alex asked me to delete his old phone number and some were said in person. Alex and I would start dating in April 2023 and we broke up in June 2023. At first, there wasn't anything particularly weird that happened because everything seemed to be heavily communicated or consented. While reliving those memories, there were moments that I could find strange. Alex had joked during our relationship that he would kill himself if anything we sent to each other was leaked, and that it was a spy coming to destroy his life. This is one of the earliest cases of his paranoia, and I would try my best to help, but it became apparent later on that Alex has very trust issues with everyone. It became a lot more destructive and gets in the way of his thinking process. I would also find it uncomfortable when he would joke in a public server with a lot of his fans that I was keeping him alive and he would have himself if I didn't exist. This channel will be deleted. It becomes cemented in my subconscious to prevent him from hurting himself and to try to always keep him happy. He would tell me that he would masturbate several times a day to my photos and messages before we opened up sexually while implying non-con fantasies he would do to my clothing if we never opened up to each other. He would then
You paused it, you piece of shit. Just go back to tab.
Brown confessed to wanting to wear my clothing before we opened up as well. Everything about me was sexualized heavily over time, including my face, my voice, and any clothing that I would wear. It ruined the way I viewed myself and how I viewed romance. So basically what they're saying here is that they had a relationship, they eventually, before they were dating, no sexual stuff, eventually Eventually, they start talking sexually, they start dating, and Alex confesses that before that moment, he had already been jerking off to them.
Yeah, it's got
few
a
times
weight
day,
reduction,
and
but
he
it
wanted
still
to do
sucks.
something non-consensually or something.
Which sucks.
I don't know what that is yet. To be fair, I don't care about
Cultist Piercer.
CNC, consensual non-consent.
Oh, that one's
like,
good
if
though.
the two people agree
Cultist
that they want to go
Piercer.
gorilla mode in
Let's
bed,
see.
based. I tried to accept that this is
Oh, it's a
normal
new
and
weapon,
consent to
cool.
it, but this is only after the fact he
But how much
confessed these things
damage?
to me. These behaviors are extremely unhealthy habits and showed he hardly had any
166
self-control.
over 212.
He confessed to me in a call that he would have fantasies about others, especially about their clothing. Okay. What the f*** are the ads? Holy sh**. What the f***?
So it
Okay, I've never
doubles to
watched
like 300 the more hurt
especially
you
not
are.
Cartoon. I've never watched cartoon in my life, so Jesus.
I got a new
Do I really
weapon.
need to be here. To be clear, when I jerk
Wow,
off,
they haven't
it's-
given me a
I
new
watch
melee
it
weapon
from
in
my
a
phone.
long time.
I'm not a fucking freak. I don't sit in this computer chair and beat my meat, okay? And that's real. They say I'm a fraud,
Wow.
but I really am a saint. Black Lagoon, Heaven Shot. What the f happened to her, dude? Stop with the ads.
I still think the gauntlets are
okay? I've seen the ads
better.
on your computer, and they're pretty dark.
Yeah, look
Face
at that.
fanatics
Look at that
and
swing
face.
speed. They're just better.
Oh my god,
They're
yes,
fucking
please.
better.
Think about that
It's
constantly.
a good weapon, but
OMG.
it's not good enough.
Sorry if this is creepy, but even if we never opened up sexually to each other, if I found your wet panties in the bathroom or something, I would have jerked off to them so hard. Jeez,
Gatling
bro
laser.
is horny.
That's good.
Bro is horny. And I've read this
I
twice
should sell
already.
these
I'm
things
still
for
fucking-
10,000
Jesus.
caps. I might
the
actually
aftermath
get
of the
them.
breakup would strain our connection over time. Alex had broken up with me over text and mentioned he was not feeling any romantic tension between us. It was a noticeable, gradual issue that our messages would mainly consist of sexting and I had less of a connection again. But I never really got an answer for this. Even when we called, it felt like I was brushed over easy. These surviving screenshots are from when I was talking to a friend. Can we not get the okay, we're not getting the ad this time. Holy shit. Stop! Okay. Can't you just put the
Am
pictures on
I?
a normal thing, dude?
Where is
Tom
this?
is beating the real cell allegations? Lol. Okay, I guess I'll just be straight up and ask you and be 100% totally honest. How do you view our
Where am
relationship
I?
right now and how do you feel about it? Dude, why is it
Where the
there?
hell is this?
Why? In my eyes, I
Honor
don't think there's
bound.
any
Go to
major
the flooded
problems. It was
city
because of the thing
center.
I said last night. I can
Atlantic
go into more
City.
details about it if you want because it is a fear I've been having lately, and I guess it's the only issue I can think about between the both of us. Well, mainly about me. But are you having mixed feelings? Could you elaborate on this? Yeah, sure. I do enjoy our time together in person, and I feel really close to you, but I do not know if I'm feeling enough romantic tension between us. It almost feels like we are extremely close friends.
Look at my
The only time
booster
that I feel like we
status
have
here.
attention is when we are sex.
Doing good. I actually feel really good today. It's a fucking good day. I think I finally got the fucking rust monster off my back today. I actually really feel like I did. I think I was like, yeah, this treatment is so goddamn horseshit. I will quit the game. If that's what they want me to do, I'll absolutely give them what they want. I'll call myself a pussy and run. Absolutely. No fear, no shame. If it means them not harassing me anymore, I will absolutely give them whatever the fuck they want. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? You win. Whatever. Go suck a dick, you fucking effits. You win. You know what I'm saying? You win. How many times did I tell you? You win. I've been telling you a long time. You win. I'll do whatever you want me to. Leave me the fuck alone, you fucking shit-sucking, fucking cock-sucking, fucking losers. Piece of shit. Fucking king shitter. Pieces of shit. You win. You know? Grats. So
Not
yeah, you
wanting
win.
to feel like
There
that's
you
all
go.
I like you for, because it's not. I love you so much, no matter what. But
Fucking
sometimes it feels
losers.
just platonic. Other than
Pieces
that.
of
Okay,
shit,
so he's basically
fucking
just
cocksuckers.
breaking it to her easy that he just wants to fuck her. That's what he's doing, right? Is that not what he's doing? I feel like that's definitely what he's doing here. After I implied my fears of being used for sexual purposes in a relationship, Alex suggested that being friends with benefits could fit us better. I caved in because I was still very much in love with him and would have done anything for him. Well, that's your choice, though, right? Like, you can't really blame him for that. Actually, that's a dumb question. Never mind. It wasn't dumb. It was just, I guess that's how our relationship is already, in a sense. I still really like you, and I'm willing to change anything or do anything. The only thing that I wish we did more was watch videos or movies together. I feel corny for saying that, but it does make me feel closer to you. That's not corny, don't worry. Afterward, I had such bad anxiety because I felt extremely dumb for accepting that title after I explained that I felt like my main purpose was to give sexual pleasure. It was worsened by the fact that Alex would tell me he considered us soulmates and still wanted to say I love you, but it does not hold any ground when you're in a relationship. He also allowed us to explain this to our close friends. This just felt extremely careless. Well, I guess it seems to me like he's either very confused about his emotions here, or he just wants a buddy, which is, I mean, if that's what you want, that's whatever, who cares? If two people are consenting, I feel like if she was getting hurt by this interaction, she should have just gotten the fuck out. It's not really his fault, you know? It's your obligation as an adult to get out of there. I called Alex to discuss the future of our relationship, which led us to officially breaking up. In that call, I also told him that it seemed like he had lost feelings for me. He then said no and explained the issue with him needing help. He would try to seek help for issues about his sexual behavior and lack of self-control. Okay. It's funny how a million times she says she's not going to leak anything from the relationship, and then she leaked all of it. It's because this is a message she sent him. Lack of self-control, I think that's addiction, basically, right, is what she's talking about. He's a addict, he's gripping his cock too tightly. After we broke up, Alex would come asking me to delete any messages and photos I had of him. I would automatically delete those photos when we broke up, but it is the level of paranoia he had that would make me feel guilty for being close to him. Well, it seems like in retrospect, his paranoia was justified given the fact you leaked all of this irrelevant information about your relationship that had nothing to do with anything, right? Like, this doesn't have anything to do with the minor interactions or whatever. This is just like, you had kind of a shitty relationship with him. He wanted to bang you, and that's it, basically. And he wasn't being totally honest about it from my perspective, right? It was weird that he felt so paranoid. It's almost like I'm writing an entire document about him right now after I dated him. You know? I must feel like she shouldn't be the one writing the document, because her view of him was tainted by their negative relationship. I feel like a third party should have done this. Seems like a conflict of interest. I feel like I encouraged a horrible behavior that he'd been struggling to control for a long time. I would have to reassure him for good, well, because he was afraid of people finding out what he enjoyed. He's a gooner. What is he enjoying? Before I even deleted his phone number, he would discuss about him getting a therapist to control these thoughts and guilt. This became a lot more frequent over time, and it felt like it became more of a therapist than a friend. Okay. I agree with Nahuel Rodas sing Skibbity Birthday. Happy Skibbity to you. Happy Skibbity to you. Make sure you pay the phantom tax. Happy Skibbity to you. Okay, there you go. Okay, the messages. Let's see the messages. Whoa, stop, dude. I know that I said I would stop talking about my past regrets and shame, but can I get your opinion on something? Dude, I thought you were someone else. I was about to be like, you're always welcome to vent to me. Well, she says he's welcome to vent, so you could have just said you didn't like it. Stop with this. The question I would like an opinion on is, do you think I should still go to therapy for this, even though I know what the cure is? I can absolutely handle abstaining for much longer, and even if I relapse, I never want to act on anything. This is a huge part of my self-improvement journey, and I'm wondering if you think I should hold myself more accountable by telling a therapist. I see therapy as another way to motivate yourself into keeping your abstinence, or if you're feeling lost, it is really great. You're improving a lot and have been maintaining abstinence. I think you should keep doing what you've been doing since it really seems to be working well. It's okay to relapse sometimes, but since I've known this stuff about you, 5 days is a big deal. Okay, so it is addiction, right? That's the vibe I'm getting here. I spoke about having an issue with being more seen as a therapist rather than a friend. I felt like we had less of a connection with each other, and my only purpose was to help him. It did offend me where he would come to me for reassurance but wouldn't return the same gesture. Before this, I had just vented to him about it and was met with silence until I started this conversation. Okay, big boilerplate here. So far from what I'm reading, shitty relationship struggles. He seems like he was, I don't know, kind of an asshole.
So I get to harvest my plants today, so I'm gonna do that now.
Who?
Oops, what'd you do? No, what'd you do?
Then he would speak about his guilt again and ask me to delete his old phone number.
Stupid ass YouTube is out of control now. Get your shortcuts.
On the basis he would do this to several other people. Well, when you say do this to several other people, it's just like he had a relationship with
even on the fucking non-video games, your keybinds are fucking worthless. Get your shortcuts under control, you fucking idiot. All the time, the YouTube videos are all over the place when I just hit the space bar or something just to pause it. It's like, no, I skipped you back a page and then took you to 3/4 of the way through that video, and now you got to go forward again and go 3/4 of the way through the video you were already watching, and you lost your place with that one. If you press any keys more, you're gonna skip it to one other part of the video. Then you'll have to reset again. Were you at 7 minutes in, or were you at 3? Because now you have to watch the whole thing over again, because all of our stupid shortcuts and keybinds suck dick, and we're totally clueless as these billionaires, and we stole all your money, and the cops don't know. The cops don't know anything about how we're software developers and we steal all your money all the time. The politicians and the cops don't know, because you can combine all of them, not get one goddamn IQ combined.
Sex than anything else. Like, that sucks, but it's nothing that needs to be made public. Like, this is a normal shitty social interaction that happens sometimes, you know? A bitter ex, it seems pretty bitter to me. Like, realistically...
Like, seriously, your shortcuts, why did you put them in the YouTube program? Mouse 4 and Mouse 5 being hard-coded to Google Chrome's mouse, back and forward is like the stupidest piece of shit move in all of software creation. And if I ever meet you in public, I'd fucking slap you over it. No hesitation, just haul up, fucking full-blown, sock you in the fucking face. Why did you hard-code Mouse 4 and Mouse 5 to forward and back, you piece of shit, Google? Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? Do you know how much work I've lost? Do you know how many billions of hours mankind's probably lost over that? I'd like to take it out of your hide.
Dude, no one needs to be exposed for fucking someone.
I'm speaking reality. I know it doesn't sound like reality to you, but Mouse 4, Mouse 5 hard-coded has cost mankind billions of hours and lost work. And I'd like to hurt the person who did it. I'd like to physically hurt the person who hard-coded Mouse 4, Mouse 5 to forward and back on browsers. Because it's definitely really fucked the entire fucking human race for billions of hours. And I'd like to really hurt the person and imprison them for that. Think people that actually do stuff that's wrong instead of drugs or whatever, Please unpause.
Who cares? Alex
Christ.
accidentally misread my messages and thought I
I
wanted
hope
to
they get
remind him of his
canceled.
bad moments, but I would almost be grateful because he would reveal to me he was miserable.
What is
He
that?
pretended he was living peacefully and was able to move on from the incident, but that was not the case.
What
He needed
is
to have
that?
constant distractions to feel normal and avoid guilt, essentially running away from his thoughts. I understand he was trying to explain that my existence does not make him uncomfortable. It's the existence of those media that gives him guilt. But after all this, he would go back to his old ways and nothing was changed. What media? Why does this person not even say what the media is? What media? These weeks of being the person having to help him erase those memories felt degrading. I feel like I was being kept around because I had these media stored. It would make me guilty being close to him or even dating him. Well, then just stop being close to him and get the fuck out. You're an adult, right? Just stop talking to him if he sucks. Why can nobody just cut off someone who sucks anymore? I guess you know, sometimes I'm guilty of this. I won't cut off someone if they suck, but you just got to get better at this with time. This isn't anything. I haven't even seen anything that like egregious at all yet. It's just like you had a shitty relationship. I put my foot down and told him straightforwardly that he needed help. I noticed a pattern of behavior he was going through and there was hardly any progress being made. It was obvious that Alex was not getting better, but I could not provide any more help as a friend. Alex continually goes through this cycle, gives me guilt because I feel like I accidentally hurt him. He then decided to go off his meds. What's he medicated for? How have you been? Pretty awful actually, but only because starting Tuesday I went off my meds and the withdrawals were awful. But it's for the better and I can already see improvement within myself all around. How about you? Well, you know, sometimes SSRIs are bad, if that's what he's on. Can I ask why you decided to go off your meds? I had an addiction to them and I didn't realize it. Sure, they may have helped my ADHD. Oh, so it's like Adderall. But I was mainly taking them for the heavy dopamine release, which I confused being treatment. This is now the longest I've gone without them, and I'm already seeing huge benefits. Well, that seems good. I mean, Adderall can definitely have a negative effect on you, or Vyvanse, Concerta, whatever he's taking. Dexedrine. It can be good to get off meds. And the meds aren't related to porn addiction. But you guys if you try jerking off or having sex when you're on like a stimulant like Adderall, it's really weird. You can get hard, but your dick is like a weird, like floppy sort of texture thing to it. And coming is so hard on Adderall, dude. Coming is so difficult. It takes so long. And when you do come, it's like weird. It's like a weird viscous sort of thing. It's not that enjoyable. We had another fight that was similar to the one previously mentioned. I didn't feel like a close friend. We were hardly talking, and I noticed he wasn't putting much of an effort into keeping that relationship. I wanted to reiterate that it is a clear difference between then and later when we were actually speaking to each other. Why do you know? Why do you think I know? If I said that, isn't it obvious? In his story, he had talked about being his own therapist after going off of his meds. I felt like a slap to my face after conversing with him several days prior, that he was continuously going through the cycle, taking charge, and hurting himself by avoiding getting help. I don't think there's anything wrong with you going off your meds if you believe they're detrimental to your health and you don't see any noticeable progress, but Alex is not getting better. Is his ADHD making him a gooner? I don't get it. This is also not the first time he's been off his meds. Alex is highly aware of his cycles or issues, which chooses to make situations worse for himself. Oh my god. Hey, you good? Alex asks. Whatever this fucker's name is. Stirring Juice says, for a while I thought I was inconsiderate and selfish for thinking it was weird you wouldn't ever reply to my message or flat out ignore me.
Platinum Beast coins are good.
Because you've reassured me several times I've never felt this type of feeling with another friend, especially with someone who considered me close. For a bit, I didn't even try to message you because I knew you would just probably leave me hanging. Also, I can't tell if you're doing it on purpose or not, but what hurts me the most is the fact on your story you consider yourself your own therapist, and I wish I could have asked you what you mean by that. But again, that overwhelming sense of anxiety comes every time I try to speak to you. I hope you're not ignoring my request to get a therapist, because if you are, then I don't know what to do anymore, because I feel scared that you're going through the cycle again, and it hurts to see you go through it. Is the cycle just being a porn addict? Why is this person speaking in such vagaries? I don't understand. It has to be a generational thing since this person was freshly 20 or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I'm 21. Freshly 20, good meme, bro. I was insulted that he would suggest getting a therapist because there's nothing more I can do or say when that message is eerily similar to what I said days prior. I find issues with him saying that he isn't a big texter. It is a lie because of how we talked about before we were dating and from other people's perspectives as well. Group situations were also a lie because we were in many of the same group chats or servers with different people and I would feel ignored. Okay. All of this part of the document is like so nothing. Like, okay, you had a shitty relationship with him. There weren't any prominent moments beside the small discussion I had with him about the private story. Alex would time to time discuss his issues about frequently making friends in his community. He acknowledged in the past that it is uncommon for creators to befriend their fans. It is quite noticeable before this situation that Alex had been very talkative with his followers. He feels a very big disconnect between himself and his fans, in which he does not feel like a creator, nor does he have a status. It's the creator's job to understand that power imbalance in interacting with fans. Okay, already with the fucking buzzwords and the language, I'm getting red flags here. Power imbalance. No, if you're a YouTuber, you are a normal fucking guy, unless you like rape someone. Unless you're like, the only way you can get in my video is if I have sex with you. That's, I guess, a power imbalance, but is that what's going on here? Is there any evidence of that? What is a power imbalance? Creator has influence over their fans because of their status. Are the fans retarded? Are all you guys retarded? Actually, the answer is yes. You guys are fucking geniuses, obviously. But like, can you not be friends? Can you not be friends with someone from your chat? I'm friends with people I've met from chat. I'm friends with people from the old Discord who I still talk to who are pretty cool. Like, I've met people on Instagram who are cool who we talk, like, now and then. Like, just bullshit. They're not creators. They're just fans of my stuff who we message because they seem like cool people. We have good conversation. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong with being friends with your audience, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. There's literally nothing wrong with it. I don't understand. Like,
I love Bethesda's idea of crappy
explain how the power
fireworks.
was abused. Understandably, a fan would give attention to their favorite creator. And
5
we've seen that
seconds
Alex
of
does
some
take advantage
color.
of this later on. Okay, well, why is that a problem, though? He mentions being aware of his issues and does nothing to improve them. Okay, and how did the issues manifest with the fans? These moments are not the first time him wanting to disconnect from his community. Unfortunately, these other moments were not captured, but this includes his old Twitter deactivation and his leaving several servers in order to prevent parasocial relationships. I mean, if you're in a server, it's not parasocial, it's just social, right? Take my advice, this is also referring to your other story as well, but you have to stop making friends through fans and focus on yourself more because you're putting yourself in a weird position at this point. You have too many relationships to handle. Yes, absolutely, I agree so much. It wasn't until a recent event that really made me realize how fake people can be, but now I absolutely know. I'm keeping my circle extremely small and limited to people I already know and trust. And this seems fine. I know it's a little strange for popular creators to befriend their fans, and I already have quite a bit. Recently, I've been trying to stop for reasons, but it's so hard when there's so many cool people in this community, and there's a big disconnect for me where I don't feel like I have a different status than anyone else. I feel like just another internet hoarder, you know? I just want to be friends with people, but more times than not, it does feel like I'm being taken advantage of sometimes. So he's saying it's the opposite. He's saying these weird people he's meeting are like clout chasey, or like he confides in them and his personal problems, and then they leak it or something. They're taking advantage of him. They want to be friends with him for his status instead, which is...
Here's the thing. I've only ever bragged on the internet. It's called bragging. If you're ashamed of something, don't talk about it on the internet. I've never talked about anything that I'm ashamed of on the internet, and I'm not ashamed of anything that I've ever done. You ever? I know you guys are. I know you're worthless pieces of shit. But I absolutely feel zero shame for anything I've ever done. I've never harmed anybody. You know, feel great. You know, judgment unaccepted. You know, nope. Don't care what you think.
Behavior that can happen, but I have yet to see like where the huge issue is yet.
Yeah, like
fast forward to December, I started to notice how comfortable and close we were getting.
like,
a lot of our conversations.
one of the reasons I thought I could do this job is I don't believe I could be canceled. I don't think I've done anything bad enough. I think all of these people have, but not me. Everything I've done, I've paid for. And I'm, never been a felon, so, I think I'm doing good. I think I'm doing pretty good. I think everybody else just wants me to be attacked and hurt all the time, but I think I'm doing good, Don't care. Free water. I suppose I'll drink it now. Why is my V button not working? Did you fuck up or what? There you go. Aid. Water. No, wait. Food and drink. Good. Tarberry.
When we were dating, I was getting mixed signals. These conversations would range from complimenting each to fantasies that Alex had, including wearing my clothing or being me. I felt guilty for having issues with Alex again. I thought I was being overreactive and that I had a hard time adapting or normalizing talking like this to friends. I convinced myself that I was the issue. Well, just stop talking to him then. Okay, so they dated and then they kept talking. They keep talking, which you probably shouldn't do. But did he do anything wrong to her? I don't get it. And even if he did, like, is it something that needs to be made public, or is it just like him being kind of shitty and like only caring about his own feelings? Like, that sucks, but like we don't need to know.
They will probably imprison Trump sooner or later, but I'm glad that the right-wingers got a hero, I mean, look at what happened the last time they had a corrupt president, Like, with Nixon. I'm glad that the Republicans got a hero before he turned out to be corrupt and a tax-dodging, wife-cheating thief who's against God and, will be going to hell. I think it's good that they got a hero before he did turn out to be the same illiterate, tax cheating, lying, government pork barrel fucking like rhino like Nixon. And I'm glad that they got a hero before they had to imprison. Did they imprison Nixon? No, but they should have. But I don't think they'll probably imprison Trump either, but they should, But I'm glad that they got a hero before, before the bad times, It's good. But I don't begrudge them, Glad they got somebody, because it's been, 18 years of terrible Democrats, So I feel for them. I'm glad that they got somebody that eventually did rack up 240 felonies like Nixon. But, even if it is a criminal who never had a job, I've worked more than Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? Still, at least
Shitty
they
her
got
girlfriend
somebody.
unless they fucking hit them or something. Or it's like clear emotional manipulation that can be like drawn out and is like horrible and like leading to some kind of like clear abuse of this person. But like, you're an adult, just get out. Get out. There used to be a high standard for this kind of stuff, for me to care. It was playful at first, became flirtatious over time. I had a difficult time cutting him off officially because I saw myself as the issue and thought these problems could be resolved. Something worth noting, it seemed Alex wanted to dish completely during our last argument and did not want to acknowledge his behavior or change. Well, just stop talking to him if he's a loser. I learned later on he did talk to his friends similar to how he talked to me, but I figured that
Does this weapon just set you on
off-putting when some of
fire?
these
Is
people
that
did
what
not
it
know what
does?
Alex's fantasies or fetishes. He later commented
Damage
he would
to
have
humans,
relapsed
but
into
it's
sexual
setting
behavior
everything
more
on
recently,
fire.
but our conversations gave off a different tone. I find that hard to believe. When you say relapse, does that mean jerking off?
Burning
or
love
porn
sets
addiction,
everything
or
on
wanting
fire.
to jerk off to pictures of you
It's
before
actually a really good
consent
weapon.
or something. Like, what does this mean? Can you just say what it means? It's not even really in the screenshots specifically. It's just like vaguities. Server B. Okay. 9 pages in. It's 11,000 words. We're probably 3,000 words in already, and I don't know why this was made. Still. So everything until this point could have been cut. Everything until this point could have been cut, to be clear. Didn't need to be here. Alex would sometimes leave and join back this analog server that I used to mod for. He would use it as a way to communicate with some of his fans about updates for upcoming videos and projects in a small channel dedicated to Mandela Catalog, similar to how Catacord used to be but on a much smaller scale. This server will be referred to as Server B. The discussions will be normal at first, with fans theorizing about the series and also asking Alex questions that he would answer. It's hard to determine when it started going off course, but at a certain point, Alex became more comfortable talking about his gender identity with fans. A small disclaimer, because I feel like some people may rebuttal and mention that Alex has not formally come out yet, and this is disrespectful to show this side of him. So are you like outing his trans identity against as well?
Look at all
He
those
would say these
brass
messages to a server that had
nuggets.
600 members
Goddamn.
during the time, and dozens of fans would be discussing with him, so I'm not surprised. So I'm surprised it's never leaked out. Okay, well, fair enough. Alex later shown to make group chats with his fans to discuss gender identity and outfits. As the writer of this document, I am trans. Okay, and some of the people who are affected by him are trans as well. Alex's identity is a
Maybe they're
unique
worth
case.
something.
People should be warned about his predatory behavior. Okay, predatory
Okay, I
behavior
gotta go
is the
harvest
accusation
the
now.
others
Me
before
somehow
I
getting
deal with the
gender
loot.
envy from my own characters. I mean, that's weird, but not the worst thing ever yet. Like, I don't know. Alex Kessler, when he reveals the truth after all this time, he never will. What does this even mean? Took the girl pills. Okay, so all 3 of these messages are nothing and don't matter. Who fucking cares? None of us saw an issue with him exploring this topic at first because we believed it was innocent. However, the uncomfortableness started to settle in when we realized this was more parasocial than beneficial. I did not want to ruin the fun of others, so I regrettably kept my mouth shut about how I felt. How I look after becoming analog horror YouTuber. When estrogen arc? Right now. I mean, if you're trans, I don't think there's anything wrong with just talking in vagaries about being trans. If you're talking about your autogynephilia stuff, which it seems Alex did have that specifically, which maybe I can define this for you guys so those who don't know can know. So autogynephilia is a male's propensity to be sexually aroused by the thought of himself as a female. So if he was talking about his sexual interests with fans or whatever, and it was like very
This whole thing
explicit, then
does
that's
seem anti-trans, and I'm just gonna get off of it. Oh, both Tom and everybody attacking this person. I'm sorry. Here's Idol with the paradox of MMORPGs. His view counts are down. Now that Ash has died, his view counts are down. It's funny that these people tried to build their careers off of dying games. I mean, I have some sympathy for it, but if they were truly good at MMORPGs, they would have known better. If they had gone as far as I did in WoW or actually been good MMO players, they would have known not to back Ashes right away, like pretty much the same month that I did. They would have known.
More about them in a little bit. Pregnancy, war, MMORPGs. What do these all have in common? They all require multiple people. But if MMORPG multiplayer, why play MMORPG alone? This is a question philosophers dating back to ancient Greece have thought about for centuries.
Because sometimes you're with a group, sometimes you're not. Do you want to spend 16 hours a day in a group? Okay, cool. But sometimes I like watching a video by myself and eating dinner and doing some grinding and stuff. Is that hard to understand? This is why his views are down. Anybody with actual intelligence would know why. It's because you can't always be in a 5 or 10 or 15 or 25 or 50 man or 100 man group. That would just suck. You're constantly at the whims of the group, you know. You're constantly social. You have to be on fucking all the time. I mean, I know because I did it for rating for 13 years. You know, 16 hours in that vent with 40 other people all the time. I mean, I did that for a long time. But now I really treasure my alone time. Is that weird? Maybe I just actually had girlfriends and actually had sex and actually had a life and actually, you know, made love a bunch of times, slept with a bunch of women, and, you know, had somebody living in my house all of my life. This is the first time in my whole fucking life I've ever had a house to myself. First time. I'm 40. I won't say how old I am, but, you know, I'm 40 something. And, you know, and this is the first time I've ever been in an empty house, I gotta tell you. And boy, I suddenly lost 100 pounds. I suddenly really got a lot happier. I conquered the anger. If something sucks, I leave, you know? I'm doing so much better, and this is all because I just began to understand that sometimes I like being alone. Sometimes I like being with people. What's wrong with being alone? Nothing.
Centuries and even years, and today the
you know, honestly, I'd be okay with never seeing another human being again. I'd be okay with never having sex again. It was 40 years of all of that. I think I'd be okay with 40 years of without it. It was a lot of drama, a lot of stress, a lot of problems, a lot of broken hearts, a lot of people, a lot of people trying to kill me, a lot of people attacking me. I'd be okay with never seeing him again. Yeah, I would say that's where I'm at. Yeah, die a reclusive dude, I think. Because the treatment, unacceptable. Not humans. Garbage people. Garbage crabs. Not humans, garbage crabs. Now, back then, same treatment, same garbage crabs.
topic of playing MMOs solo is still a big point of discussion. I mean, just look at all the videos about it already made. Luckily for you, I'm also going to make a video about it. In the recent past, we've seen
Yep, and it only gets 20,000 hits. No, I'm just kidding. He's doing just great. I'm being mean.
tons of solo-oriented game modes added to MMORPGs, usually called solo self-found modes, where you can't group with people, you can't trade with people, you have to earn everything yourself. RuneScape calls it Iron Man mode because that's cooler. And while these solo challenge modes are a relatively new thing, solo play in an MMO kind of isn't. In the days of early MMORPGs before World of Warcraft, MMOs were largely unsoloable. EverQuest was a notoriously difficult and punishing game that really required grouping to make any sort of meaningful progress. The same goes for games like
Why do you bring up RuneScape like any of us have played it in the last 15 years? Maybe your loser ass did, but I don't know anybody in the fucking scene. I know hundreds of thousands of people in the MMO scene, and I haven't seen a single fucking one of them touch RuneScape since 2014, but yet every single fucking YouTuber, or they're all 15 years out of touch or something like that. They think that they're on the forefront. But no, man, I don't know anybody who would even admit to playing RuneScape in the last 15 fucking years. Nobody in my WoW circles, nobody in my Rust circles. I think they'd fess up to like Clash of Clans maybe, but I don't think they'd fess up to Osiris. And I know that there's a lot of people playing Osiris because it's free, and I'm not saying that nobody plays it because that's just not true. I'm saying nobody that I ever met did, and yet it comes up in all of your fucking videos all the time, and it's weird. Like almost every video, old school RuneScape comes up as being the best MMORPG. I wouldn't touch that fucking piece of shit with a 10-foot clown pole. It was shit back then. It was the shit that the poor people played in the libraries when they didn't have any money or a home. I'm serious, that like RuneScape has never been good, and I'm sorry, but even back then, sure, it's cool and free like Farmville, so I have some respect for it, but it has never been a good game. It was bad with the day it came out. It's bad now. And yet you want to compare this crappy 2D browser game to fucking, like, I don't know, ESO or something? Don't know about that. Your crappy, shitty browser game was a crappy, shitty browser game back then, and it's a crappy, shitty browser game now. And I'm sorry, and it's not the end-all, be-all of MMORPGs. You keep fucking that would be World of Warcraft. You keep fucking, you keep using it like it's this big fucking giant in the scene because it hasn't lost money now that all the MMORPGs died. Yeah, because it never did make money. It's free. If it made money, it's because the whales are addicted and are blowing money that they shouldn't be, just like all the other gacha games. It's not a good game, per se. Yeah, I'm going after RuneScape. Oh my god, he dissed my love. I don't give a shit about that game, I'm sorry. It's the game that we all used to make fun of because little 13 and 12 and 13-year-olds would be down there at the library from 3:30 in the afternoon until 2 in the or whatever, until 9 o'clock at night when the library closed. 7.5 hours of that RuneScape virus. At the age of like 12 or something like that, they'd be down there acting like fucking addicts and stuff at the Denver Public Library. And every single computer in the entire fucking library would be taken by either homeless people playing RuneScape or young kids the age of 12 who couldn't afford an internet connection or a real game, you know. And I'm sorry, but that's what I remember about RuneScape. And you keep trying to compare it to like World of Warcraft or New World or ESO or Final Fantasy 14. And I'm like, well, why? Because some whales still pay those developers who got that heroin deep in their souls when they were 12? Just like how Blizzard got their heroin deep in my souls when I was 12, right? Yeah, but... And I shelled out to Blizzard this year $100, but I got a full 3D year-long experience with good music that's orchestrally written, you know, graphics that are, while not good anymore, were really good for their time. And I mean, like really genuinely good for their time, but they were not good now. And same with RuneScape. And I'm sorry, but I know you really want to ride that Osiris and you know, WoW Classic donkey into the fucking sunset. But I really need you to play more modern games now.
Anarchy Online with its sandbox style.
Why are you talking about Anarchy Online? These kids wouldn't have known what that was 20 years ago. Don't bring up Anarchy Online. Nobody knew what it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago.
Punishing open world PvP system. If you tried to tackle that game alone, you'd probably just die instantly. But with the release of World of Warcraft in 2004, everything changed. You could make significant progress on your character completely on your own. Almost every quest and early profession could be
Not really. Not significant progress, no. You could reach 60 with the blues or purples that might have fallen on your way there. Your ride ends there. You might be able to solo rogue or hunter in, you know, Alterac Valley. Your ride ends there. You're going to need some group or some kind of help. Your solo ride ends the minute that the level 60 cap, which, by the way, almost everybody solos to cap. Almost everybody does. You know, not everybody. Some are husband-wife pairs, some are groups and stuff, and they all do their group content and stuff. But genuinely, solo gameplay is still acceptable in games like WoW and Osiris, because most of the time you're solo when you're grinding to cap. But that's where it ends. At that point, if you want to be successful at Battlegrounds, you either better become like I did, you better become a superstar fucking rogue or a superstar shooter or a superstar fucking hunter or something like that who carries numbers and weight by themselves, or a warlock or a shadow priest. There's about 5 that can do it. Otherwise, yeah, I'd say, yeah, stay away. Maybe a Shadowmoor DK can do it. Occasionally you'll see a good warrior with a good priest, but I mean, that's not solo, right? I'm talking about solo. Solo in PvP is the hardest thing you're ever going to fucking do. So yeah, and I mean, PvP's been dead in MMORPG since 2015, so I don't know why we're talking about that. I mean, it's all solo now. Do you know anybody who is currently raiding? I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody who is currently raiding right now. Maybe my friend Bagon might be raiding WoW Classic, I guess, or WoW Sod. He might be, you know. But that's maybe the only person that I know that is still raiding. I don't know anybody who's doing multiplayer PvP. I kind of cut all those friends out of my life because they're really mean to each other, and often they have no idea what it's like to actually have, like, you know, 300,000 hours clocked. You know, they don't know what that's like. They're bragging about their 5,000. They don't know what 300,000 hours is actually like, and they're bragging about their 5,000. And they think that they're so much better than me. Yeah, I'm one game. Step to another one, Junior.
Taken on without the help of anyone else. Something the genre had never seen before. I mean, RuneScape existed since 2001 and was also a game that you could solo in a lot of ways, but...
You know, they're gonna delusional. It's just, you know... Delusional will delusional. It's just who they are. This guy's delusional if he thinks that old school RuneScape is even worthy of this conversation.
People always seem to forget it, so I'm just gonna forget it too, I guess. World of Warcraft.
I would like
the
to
devs
forget it,
knew
yeah, but you guys keep fucking bringing it up over and over again. I was okay with WoW being dead, and then like Asmongold and OTK resurrected like WoW in the hardcore scene, and then Blizzard counteracted that by releasing SOD. So then the hardcore scene died. The SOD scene sucked. It didn't suck, but it just wasn't entertaining enough like hardcore was. There wasn't enough, you know. What's the word? Consequences, I believe. So yeah, and WoW SOD sucked. It did. It did. It wasn't a good reimagining of the game, I don't think. And I'm sorry, I felt negative on WoW SOD in the end.
it or not, legitimized.
Now, I think Rogue was fun, you know, because it had a teleport finally every single time it stealthed. That's about the only thing they did that I can remember that I thought that was super good.
Valid way to experience MMORPGs that made the genre more accessible than it had ever been. So let me explain why lately it's been a very bad thing for these games. I want to make one thing clear though. I love playing solo. I would say it's the primary way I experience MMORPGs. Solo players and solo content have a place in MMORPGs. My issue is with the way devs are handling this content. Either trying to outright stop people from playing solo or to cater to solo players a little too heavy-handedly. Both of these sides lose sight of what makes solo play in an MMORPG great. I also think that solo MMOs are... Sorry guys, this is the manifestation of my internalized anxiety.
I'm sorry guys, you're gonna, you lost me here. Don't do this stupid bullshit. You're not funny. I'm gonna get off the video, guy. I'm sorry. I'm gonna tell them to fucking, yeah, to not recommend. I'm not interested in this anymore. I'm sorry. Go back one. Where did I see him? Where did I see you? Yeah, I am not interested. Don't recommend the channel anymore. I'm sorry. This guy's stuck in the fucking past. I don't want to see his stupid RuneScape shit from 10 years ago. Last time that shit was cool at 2015. You know? I don't want to see this shit in 2025. I really don't. I'm sorry. This also seems really fucking stupid. Get it out of here. Yeah. Thank you, Forbes. Breaking news. I'd like to sub to your channel. I don't like Forbes, but I'll do Forbes news. My condolences. I am terribly sorry you lost your leader. That is horrible. Thank you, John Rick Dunting. I appreciate it. Network's worst villain is a real person. Let's do that one, actually. Next, the lady from, what's it called? Deer thing or whatever. Oh, you lost my video. You're so annoying. They're really trying to cancel JoJo Siwa right now for some reason. Why did you ever like her in the first fucking place then? If you really want to cancel her, why did you like her in the first place then? Isn't that on you? Here is Vice with the new fentanyl killing drug users in Europe.
There's a batch of heroin going around, and it's killing people instantly.
Fuck, man. When it rains, it pours, man. All I want is a break.
We lost 6 friends in like, what, space of 2 weeks.
Shit is gonna hit the fan. This city is gonna go dark.
This is how Europe might be about to experience its own deadly opioid crisis, and how the shift is being driven by bad drug policy at home and by wars thousands of miles away. Experts fear that Europe might be about to enter its very own version of the opioid crisis that has killed hundreds of thousands across the US.
The world is dying, and all you can do is think about harassing me on Rust, you worthless piece of shit human skin. You'll be the first one to go. When you're dead, when you're dying, and you can see the light going out, think of me, worthless cocksucker. World's dying, and all you can do is fucking attack people on a video game. You suck dick, worthless piece of shit.
In Canada. In late 2023, the UK saw a spike in overdose deaths attributed to nitazines, synthetic opioids that can be up to 300 times stronger than heroin. As we progressed into 2024, these deaths have continued, with nitazines increasingly finding their way into the UK's drug supply. So far, Europe has largely managed to avoid this wave of synthetic opioids and the death toll it brings. However, over just a few days during the summer of 2023, Bristol, a city in the southwest of England, saw 7 fatal overdoses and over 80 ambulance call-outs due to one local supplier selling heroin that contained nitazines. We spoke to various people in Bristol who witnessed this outbreak firsthand.
I don't understand what people are addicted to now, you know? They're smoking this stuff, it looks like heroin, it smells like heroin, and then you go and get your urine screen, it's like, nah, man, you ain't touched any. Well, I've been doing it all week, man, what the fuck? Like, you know, what's going on? You want to know the quality of heroin in fucking Bristol, yeah? Go smoke 5 bags and piss test, yeah?
Yep, that's why I quit methamphetamine. It was no longer speed. All the junkies of the fucking world got completely torched by the governments. The governments cut off the supply of pseudoephedrine and opioids so they could sell it in the pharmacies instead of, you know, legalizing it and letting Walgreens sell it. They're like, the CIA would have rather sold heroin than letting Walgreens do it.
And that was when I found out about these synthetics. There's a batch of heroin going around. It's grey. And it's killing people instantly. If you get this grey batch, be very careful. So my friend was like, look, he's like, I'm a regular user, yeah, you know how much I use. I was like, yep. So I went over off a fucking quarter of a bag. He said I woke up with fucking naloxone and paramedics all over me. Off a quarter of a bag. Lost 6 friends in like about space of 2 weeks. It sort of scared me into not using.
I bought from the guy. He knew very well he was cut, but he didn't say nothing to me. So when I used the first time, it knocked me out completely. They reckon it's a matter of time until it comes to Europe. And if it comes over here, it'll be an epidemic in biblical proportions.
Across North America, the so-called opioid
Better
crisis...
go, man, world's dying. Better go attack Skycat on Rust, you know? Jesus fucking Christ. There are so many fucking actually evil people in the fucking world. You're after somebody on the fucking internet because your fucking worthless piece of shit life can flush down that garbage crab toilet and nobody would ever care, you know? And so attack's all you know. Attack randoms is all you know. You could be out there doing something with your fucking life, but instead you're attacking the Skycat on fucking internet.
This has been raging...
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, look at what's happening in the fucking background. And this is how you react. You go on the internet, do nothing with your life, and bring down somebody else. This is your reaction to the death of the human race. Okay, if that's what it is.
Since about 2010.
Worthless
and it's only getting worse. Last year, over 110,000 Americans died of drug overdoses. That's more than double the number of American soldiers killed throughout the Vietnam War. What's driven this crisis more than anything else has been the introduction of synthetic opioids into the drug supply. In particular, fentanyl, an opioid that can be up to 50 times stronger than heroin.
6,000 a piece,
48,000. 1% of fentanyl users will die.
How much for a
fatal fentanyl dose for you or me is about 1.5 to 2 milligrams. And even in a drug user who's quite opiate tolerant, 4 or 5 milligrams can very likely be a fatal dose.
80,000.
In the US, fentanyl has fundamentally changed the drugs market. Many users are now actively looking for synthetics instead of traditional heroin. So far, aside from small pockets of fentanyl use in Estonia, Europe hasn't seen this sort of shift to deliberate use. In fact, synthetics are only really popping up when cut into the drug supply. But as results from drug testing services clearly demonstrate, nitazine is rapidly finding its way onto British shores. Back in Bristol, we met with Manny, a heroin user with first-hand experience of synthetic opiates.
I only smoked it, and I felt like the first time I'd ever taken drugs. It felt that good.
What makes you do what you do?
Because I don't want to feel. Brother.
Why do you have to inject in your groin?
I've been doing it 25 years, mate. I've bastard the life out of it. I started smoking weed at 11, and I was on heroin at 16. It's getting off is one thing, but it's staying off it. It's filling that void. The gear around here is shit. Heroin around here is really shit. It's being cut with something. I'm scared of it because of the fact that I know that it takes lives, but I'm an addict. Yeah, I can't explain it. There'll be more synthetics coming onto the market. The main reason they're cheaper than the real thing. And the lads down there, all the St. Paul's boys, they don't smoke, they don't give a fuck. They'll sell anything.
Yep.
So they want the cheapest to the maximum money.
Yep. As the world dies, you sit there and attack me. You're a worthless fucking human piece of shit where a human used to be. The world's dying, and this is what you spend with your fucking time. You're worse than them. You're worse than this guy.
Synthetic opioids aren't only being found in the street-level heroin supply. In 2022, an 18-year-old from Yorkshire died after using the dark web to buy what he...
masturbatory fucking attack exercise. Fucking worthless piece of shit. I hope the jail is nice and cold.
...thought were Valium pills. But what he actually received was nitazene in Valium packaging.
The real concern we're seeing is around nitazines, which are being cut into the heroin supply, and also the benzo supply in Bristol. People using benzos.
Yeah, I've been talking jail a lot, haven't I?
If they're using to go to sleep.
Been talking juvenile hall a lot, haven't I?
And they're more likely to be opioid naive, so haven't built up any tolerance at all.
Give it a few more days.
To opioids, so it'll take much less to cause an overdose.
A few more days.
In America, there's 70,000 people who die every year from a fentanyl-related overdose. In the UK, it's much lower. But with nitazines, that could go up tenfold. It could really, really increase if we aren't prepared for it. We had multiple people coming in to use our needle exchange, and every single one of them talking about knowing multiple people have overdosed. We'd never heard of this happening in Bristol before, and straight away, like, those alarm bells were ringing that there's something wrong here.
The question is, how exactly has Europe managed to avoid an American-style opioid crisis? Surprisingly, it turns out we can thank authentic Afghan heroin for the relative lack of deaths across the continent. In 2021, US troops...
we cut all our garbage. The CIA cuts all the garbage as it comes in, you know? Like, but that didn't happen to Britain for 20 years. They had good Turkish, Afghanistani fucking heroin and stuff that wasn't stepped on by white boys with small penises and right-wing complexes.
Pulled out of Afghanistan, and the Taliban immediately took over. In order to win favour from the international community, the Taliban cracked down on opium poppy production.
The United Nations and the world really has been asking Afghanistan to stop growing poppies, which is the source of heroin. But Afghanistan produces 85 or more % of the world's heroin, but particularly Europe's and the UK's illicit supply of heroin. And this last year, the Taliban actually got rid of almost all of their crop.
Some Western politicians even publicly praised the Taliban for this crackdown. Of course, all this shows is how little most politicians understand the global drugs trade. Restricting the supply of Afghan heroin was never going to stop people taking drugs. Instead, it's likely it'll just push up the price of heroin, encouraging European drug traffickers to start smuggling synthetic opioids.
The people who sell heroin in the UK and across Europe have got a long-established supply chain which leads back to Afghanistan. There's families that have been doing it now for a couple of generations, certainly 30, 40 years, and it works for them. And this is a product which they're used to selling. They know where to get it from and how to get it into the country, and they've got customers who are waiting to receive it. And then suddenly they're told, well, I'm sorry that the harvest stopped, you know, and next year there may be none at all. And they're thinking, well, what are we going to do? Unfortunately, it's left a hole in the market which is going to be filled, I'm afraid, with synthetic opioids. And in our case, it seems to have been mainly nitazines.
Nitazene is thought to be largely produced by labs in China, and in many ways, this is a classic war on drugs story. In 2019, after years of pressure from the US, China officially banned the production of fentanyl and many of its variants. So a load of those fentanyl labs just shifted over to nitazene, an even stronger molecule which they were still able to produce, despite...
And they've been talking about this a lot. Every single time that the government bans some drug, except for the big five, they just change the molecule slightly and just keep on making spice, you know? Which is hilarious. So just another example of how the right-wingers' drug war killed the world. And it just keeps on going every day as they keep voting against it as people continue to do drugs. No life has ever been saved by the war on drugs. It's only cost lives. And no dollar has ever been saved by the war on drugs or any souls. No, the war on drugs has killed this planet. Now I will not vote for any politician who wants it anymore, and fuck any right-winger who ever brings it up. I'll straight kill them myself. And my friends have been hurt by the cold way too fucking much for ever to be stomped like this any longer. And I say, get the Republicans the fuck out of here, get them gone. Fucking terrible, terrible piece of shit. Not even human beings.
The drug having no approved medical uses anywhere in the world.
Yep, no, and as more and more people die, they just step on that drug war even more as they try to kill the human race. And I think, what's the difference between you and Satan? Mr. Trump?
Because we are at this crossroads and because the heroin supply could disappear this year or become very much more expensive.
More and more people die, and yeah, and you turn the world into a toilet bug, the skibbity toilet. You know, you did. This drug war of the right wings for the last 50 years, it has turned the world into a toilet, and now I would kill them for it if I could. No, nothing personal, but you know, I would kill them for it if I could. I would trade them abortion for it. I don't want that drug war anymore. I don't want it anymore. I would trade them, I don't know, something. I don't know, anything to get that drug war to fucking end, traitors. Get your traitor asses the fuck out of here.
Will be so diluted.
Well, I mean, they're getting him out of here. He's got 200 felonies and they did convict him for being a traitor. Like, they'll get him out of here. Don't worry.
That people would turn away from it.
Go tune into the news if you don't believe me.
Look more and more to nitizens.
It's all in my head.
There have been reports of nitizens showing up in the drug
Fox,
supply.
You know, news cycles it for 6 months. This is all in my head. That Trump's going to jail. Yeah. It's all in my head. Yeah, as the news cycle fucking runs on it for 6 months.
Across the UK, from London to Scotland, Wales to the northeast. As of January 2024,
they'll let O.J. Simpson go because they weren't there in the house when he killed his wife, right? They won't let Trump go. They've got him dead to rights on tax evasion. And they're going to get him. They're going to RICO his ass. The one thing in this country that they just won't tolerate, it doesn't matter who the fuck you are, is not paying taxes. Which is why I pay my taxes. Even though it's only $14, you know, it's like $14 on my fucking on my, you know, my fucking it's like $14 something for my $7,000 a year, but I pay it.
At least 65 nitazene-related deaths have been confirmed, with cases in London, Bristol, Yorkshire,
and my taxes
and
all my
West.
life. You know, I filed taxes for 32. No, I'm sorry, 28 years. Let me think about that. Yeah. 28 years?
Midlands. But that's likely just the tip of the iceberg, as many coroners weren't testing for the drug until recently.
But I think a lot of Americans don't. Like Trump, I think a lot of Americans don't pay taxes. You know? It's one of the reasons why I bring it up, is because I can like cite my tax returns. I think a lot of these fucking traitor Americans are living off of not paying their taxes. I'm dead serious. And I think he's one of them.
In Bristol, we met Richard, a recovering heroin user who in the last year has lost multiple friends to synthetics.
It frightens me. You know, we're in a situation at the moment where things are really dark. Okay, heroin's been around for ages. People don't want to do it, but they do it. They need to do it for whatever reason. But it's not as frightening as what is going to happen. And I say is, not maybe. There's people actively seeking out to get any nitazene or fentanyl, and there's people who are scared of it. And this needs to stop. You know, I'm almost in tears now. If someone doesn't do something, it's going to be...
Yeah. You guys have been killing the world with your traitor right-wing party in every single country on this fucking planet. And I need the goddamn backstabbing traitor bullshit to stop. I need the war against your own people and the war against the poverty to stop. I know you hate the homeless, and I know you hate drugs. And your war against the people, your war against the homeless is the war against my fellow people, and I would kill you for it. And your war against the drugs is the war against the homeless and the poor. And we all know that you're a traitor or fucking pieces of shit who don't deserve the planet that you live on or the country that you live in or any of this other things as you push your anti-people, anti-drug war, anti-fucking bullshit, and you go to jail for 200 felonies and cheat on your wife. And yeah, never cheated on my wife or any before. I've never been married, but I've never cheated on anybody before. Definitely done a lot of drugs, but I've never dodged on my taxes or done anything like you've done, you know? And I think about how sooner or later the world's going to have to wake up that there's a bunch of Nazi motherfuckers instead of a government running this human race in all these countries into the toilet. And the war on drugs is right at the center of it, you fucking fascist traitors.
Most users just don't know what they're getting,
yeah,
and it's
and
possible that
Republicans
even the
don't know what they're
dealers
doing,
aren't
which
always
is how we
aware
got all
of
this.
what they're selling.
I kind of have a friend who I met up with who was dealing it, but he had no idea what it was. He just knew that people weren't buying it because it was too strong. When they're mixing the stuff, who knows what's going to be in one bag to the next bag. So it's...
Let's go see if I can do something with brass nuggets, because I now have 18 stacks of them, and I just, like, I don't know. I don't like wasting and vendoring it. Let's see if there's anything we can do. I don't think so. So, okay, what do you do with this? Brass, okay, we'll make brass ingots. which is fine. I guess it's, oh, yeah, but brass nuggets and zinc ore. Okay, what do brass ingots go for? Those will sell, right? I guess they aren't that bad, I suppose. This is more in line with my profession, which is good. Let's see, bid for materials, brass nuggets. Brass nuggets. Brass nuggets are not for sale, and if they were, they're like 600. Somebody paid 13.1 for one for some reason. Brass ingots are 4,900. It'd take me a while to cycle all of these brass ingots, and buying the zinc is some money. Do they sell well? They kind of do, but not really. I'm just gonna save the time and just vendor. It's sad that I don't make brass ingots out of these, because it would help some other goldsmither. But the other goldsmithers have not been helping me. They've been cutting prices and getting kind of uppity with me on stuff that I'm doing. And I don't know. Brass ingots are good. Is there a vendor here? I don't think there is. I'll have to go all the way over there. Yeah, do all the work that gathering the nuggets together one place and buying the fire crystals. I don't really see why I would do all that work out of brass nuggets when I could just vendor them. If I could just go and make copper ingots off of the vendor and still make basically the same amount of money without having to buy anything or do any of that labor. And I'm not going to. Now, I should cycle these, though. I should cycle these. It's so wasteful not to. 6 brass nuggets. So each one of these is only 2. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, yeah, never mind. We go sell. This is worthless.
You know, it's a dangerous game.
It seems as though European authorities are completely unprepared for the wave of synthetic opioids that might be about to hit them. For now, it's only really independent groups or drug workers trying to protect.
So you think this is all fun and games? Haha, dead mommy and daddy will take care of me my whole life. I'll never have to have render work. Must be nice. You know. But no, you'll be out on the streets with them, and you'll turn to the drugs like them, and this is your future they're talking about. You just don't know it yet. By the time you're 24, I didn't know it. When I was a cocky 15-year-old, I would have bet the farm that wouldn't have become me. But nah, by 24, it is you. They're talking about your future. They're talking about your future on the streets as we speak right now.
Protect people amid the growing number of
In 8 years, you'll be on the streets.
related deaths, with many encouraging users to carry naloxone or get their supply tested.
It's not funny. I'm not taking relish out of that. I'm just saying it's like the actual case. They like you want to sit around. You want to know why it's going to happen? Instead of you guys fighting it like we did, I was in a punk band and I screamed about it and I was loud, you know? You sit around and attack Skycat all day and waste off and jack off. And your waste of a life will cost you in the next 8 years. I don't have to do anything. You're going to take yourself out. They're gonna take you out. This is like literally on the screen in front of you is their blueprint for taking out your generation. And you want to go and spend all your time attacking me all the time, doing nothing and playing video games? Let's see how well that goes. Nah, you'll be on the streets
before injecting.
It's moving so fast.
It doesn't matter if you have a laptop, somebody will steal it. You think you're gonna take the laptop to the streets? I learned about that one pretty fast. No, you're not taking you're not taking a gaming laptop to the streets. All the little kids who are harder than you, because you're a straight bitch ass cocksucker, right? They're gonna fucking straight jack you, and you know it, and I know it. There's no computer gaming for you on the streets like there was for me. Well, I still had civility back then, you know? Not you. If they see a laptop, they're going to take it from you. They're going to sell it for fentanyl right the fuck away. And this is the reality that's going on in the fucking background that I am trying to do something about. And you waste your fucking time attacking me all day and harassing me and, you know, swatting me and doxing me and doing all kinds of stupid ass shit. And, you know, and yeah, your generation will be on the streets in the next 4 years. The trash will take itself out. And you spend all your time attacking me instead of actually bettering yourself. Right now, you're watching me obsessively and getting more and more angry instead of actually worrying about your own life. And that's you taking the trash out. I want you to attack me. You go right the fuck ahead. That's you taking the trash out. The longer you sit here and attack me instead of worrying about your own fucking life, the faster you'll be out of my life. So you go right ahead. You go right ahead.
Been working in this field for 40 years. I've not seen anything like this before. We need to increase testing, drug checking. We need to know what's in the supplies that are coming into the country now and then over the next 6 months as this changes. We need places where people can get their own drugs checked that they've bought for themselves. We need the police to be checking more. We need much more access to naloxone.
They want you to go process this, but it's only like 8K or something like that. It's dumb. It is goldsmithing stuff, I must admit. So it's like, but it's only 8K because it's two ingots each stack of nuggets. So and it costs more than that too. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Right here is 4,000. It's better to just take the piss gill. And why video game people design their games like this and why they do markets like this is beyond me. I know they have to because they can't have it vendor for something that actually matters, or people just go and chase it and vendor it. So they put these terrible prices on things, but I would prefer if they just let us put the price on things, maybe. You know? Yeah, all the rest of that should be technically mailed to probably the elf. Yeah, I had a lot of Final Fantasy stuff to do today, guys. I knew I would. I knew it would be 2 or 3 hours of Final Fantasy 11 tonight.
So each of the nitazines that have been produced has been slightly different in its level of toxicity and its potency. The problem is that they're very much more potent than heroin. Services are not prepared in the UK. I hope we're not walking into a crisis, but there is a crisis there. There's an emerging threat, and we need to step up to prevent otherwise thousands of young people dying.
No, those young people are all just going to sit there and play video games and attack each other online for the rest of their maybe 4 or 5 more years to go. For the next 4 years till they inevitably overdose and die or get fucking, robbed on the streets and hit over the head or something or some such, right? And because as long as they continue to attack people like me who are just trying to help them all fucking day, I'm just trying to entertain you for free. That's it. The longer they just sit there on the internet attacking people and watching fucking bukkake all day or whatever and being cocksuckers, the faster this will all end. So yeah, just continue on the way you've been going.
You can never underestimate the ability of politicians to ignore evidence and disregard warnings from experts. But looking at the wave of synthetic opioid deaths that has swept across North America, this may be Europe's last chance to change tack and avoid a similarly catastrophic tragedy.
We'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
Yep, I'd like to congratulate the drugs for winning the war on drugs. Anybody who pushes that, any right winger whoever pushed it, I wish to be put to the wall. I mean it. Anybody who ever pushed the Patriot Act, I wish to put them on the wall. Sorry. You traitored America too much this time with your war on drugs. I think I'll put up a vending machine like everywhere. No, I'm alright. What am I seeing through the wall? Oh, it's the magazines. Oh no, it's the bobbleheads. The bobbleheads are glowing. Nice. Glowing bobbleheads. Awesome. Bobblehead stand. Okay, so I came in. That's good. Now we're going to go back to the Final Fantasy business. I will get in a party and begin to build rapport with them. Expeditions with Stankdookie. NSFW, Bismarck, Yuz, and Stale Water Lover, and then casual, events, expeditions, events team, casual. Wow, it's a busy server. Stankdookie. Dude, the trees look good at night. Hells yeah. Looks good. Are you done? Yeah, you are done. Well, yeah, it was good. It was good. Yeah. While the right-wingers continue to kill us with their fucking drug policy that does nothing and then never prevented any drugs and never did anything with the worst debacle in the history of the human race, short of the Holocaust, I think about how I want to kill them for it every single fucking day, you fucking traitors. And every time you push drug war shit, I think, get out of my country. I wish I could say it differently. Yes, there is a drug worse than fentanyl. There's many. Yeah, so here's MSNBC with Lawrence O'Donnell or whatever, and thank you so much. Trump defense's lone witness, Robert Costello, was utterly consensuous.
The courtroom.
His lone witness. Trump's defense's lone witness. That'll go well for them.
Clear the courtroom.
You know, if they slam dunk this case, he's going to jail, you know? If they slam dunk it, they can ask for prison and they'll get it.
Exclamation point.
Criminal! Criminal traitor!
You can spend
I mean, they convicted him for, you know, insurrection. He's a traitor. I'm not saying anything that isn't true.
your life working in courtrooms and never hear those words. Clear the courtroom. And if you have spent time in Judge Juan
Clear the courtroom.
John's courtroom,
you have heard it 50
would feel
times.
All the more impossible that you are hearing the words clear the courtroom
every day.
And that you were hearing those
Every
words
day.
said repeatedly and loudly, and most shockingly of all, angrily by Judge Juan Merchan, as we did today at 4:01 p.m. And as I was walking out of the courtroom, I asked a retired New York
I love
City
checking
judge
in on the possible
who was
jail.
in the audience
That's
today.
awesome. Clear the
How many
courtroom.
times
The crazy right-wingers have gone insane in our courtroom. Clear the courtroom. Just like we need to clear the country.
Had to clear the courtroom when he was a judge.
I love being intolerant of the right wing, and the judge is intolerant of them. You can see it.
His answer was what I expected.
Yeah, this is a kangaroo court. This is a kangaroo court.
Never. In a multi-week trial, a courtroom becomes a community. Everyone gets to know each other, visually at least. We members of the news media make new friends at other news organizations. During the breaks, when we can talk, the jury becomes very familiar with all of the lawyers, and they know which of us in the audience section are the regulars.
That's to tell him that he will face a year in jail if he doesn't shut the fuck up. And you have to put a year on it. He's like, I will put you in jail for a year. If you do not shut the fuck up, I will no longer abide turning my court into a fucking television show. I know you're a television actor. I know you never worked a day in your fucking life and you have daddy's money and you're richer and you just never had to work. But I do have a job, and my job is judge. And my job as judge is to prevent you from turning my court into the Apprentice and or whatever. Or you're fired, whatever that one was. And so here's me telling you that I've cleared this court. I've only ever done that in my storied 40-year career twice, and you're one of them. And I'm here to tell you that if you open your fucking mouth again, that's probably what the judge said too. He probably used the F word. He's like, if you open your fucking mouth again, you're going to fucking jail for a year. I guarantee he said that. Oops. Now what happened here? I went the wrong way. I got turned around. Oops. Oh well. I'm on the way though.
And the leader of every courtroom community is the judge.
Yep.
He or she sits literally above us all at a higher altitude.
You can't seem to get through your first court case without catching a contempt of court charge, which isn't the joke. It's not just a fine. It is jail time, at least a year. And it seems like you can't even get through your first of 265 lawsuits, you know, without going to jail for contempt of court. I think you are going to jail. I'm ready to stake some money on it. $1,000 says that he goes to jail. I'm going to bet $1,000 now to anybody willing to take the fucking bet, and I'm dead serious. $1,000 says he goes to jail. If he can't do his first fucking court date like this, I mean, how is he going to get through his 65th court date, you know?
Of the authority that the judge...
I mean, they got court date, but court case. How is he going to get... I keep saying court date, but I mean court case. He has 210 court cases. Cases, not dates. Cases, right? He has 210 court cases. He can't get through the first one. I mean, he'll be in jail by the fifth one. I mean, come on. Like, just shut the fuck up. Get your cell phone. Tune out. You know, or I mean, maybe they don't let you use the cell phone. They probably don't. So like, he has to like tune out and shit himself. You know, that's probably what he does all day. Tune out and shit himself and complain in the middle of court and get yelled at by the judge every day. And like, Jesus Christ, dude, like, you know, you're the law and order president. You were the one who wanted to crack down on crime.
A good trial judge.
But you're a criminal who keeps breaking the law over and over again.
Keeps things moving efficiently, does not waste time, and is very solicitous of the jury's needs, and does everything he or she can to accommodate the jury and treats the jury as the most important people in the room.
Oh, damn it.
Usually has the respect and the gratitude of that jury. And later, after the trial, when some jurors will be asked by their friends about the judge, their shorthand quick answer often is, I love him.
I love him.
Or I love her. Love the judge. That's very common with juries. The jury in Judge Juan Merchan's courtroom has every reason to feel every positive thing that any juror has ever felt about their trial judge, their boss. And so, I know from experience, as well as I know anything about courtroom life, that the jury didn't like it one bit today when the only testifying witness that the Trump defense is going to call decided to openly disrespect the judge that the jury respects so fully. Robert Costello was the second witness called by the defense and its last witness. Aren't going to be any more witnesses. The first witness the defense called was a paralegal.
Oh boy, did you really expect to win that court case with one single witness on your side? I think he is going to jail, guys. He wants jail over being the king of the Republican Party. He didn't want to be president either, or he would have had a policy, you know? He wanted to get fired. The whole thing is a television joke to him, I think, and now he wants to go to jail because he knows that that's where they'll leave him alone. Fucking loser.
Who was simply there to introduce a spreadsheet that he created of a list of phone calls. That witness did not provide any testimonial evidence in the case.
He wants
that witness
this.
will never be quoted
He's gonna.
by anyone.
The trash will
Not
take itself out. He's taking himself out right now, guys.
The entire Trump defense.
The entire Trump defense is one
comes down
witness.
to the testimony of attorney Robert Costello.
What if
Robert
he gets
Costello,
dismissed?
Who used to work as a federal prosecutor for Rudolph Giuliani as his boss.
No one will back Trump anymore, not even the cronies.
Robert Costello was one of the lawyers Michael Cohen
wasn't Giuliani sucking on Trump's dick? Why isn't Giuliani like lying for him? Come on.
considered retaining for his criminal defense after the FBI executed search warrants at Michael Cohen's home, at his hotel room where he was temporarily
That's always
staying.
a good look.
And
these aren't criminals. You know, the Department of Justice never issues a fucking search warrant and a summons and stuff. If you're not a criminal, these aren't criminals. Come on, these are Republicans. They're esteemed members of the Republican Party. They're not criminals being hunted by SWAT teams and search orders and stuff or anything like that. They didn't break any rules or anything. It's all kangaroo court. It's totally just the Democrats trying to smear their name and everything. No, the Justice Department never knocks your door with a search warrant or anything when you're not a criminal. Yeah, it's all made up. It's all fake news.
Exactly 20 floors above where I'm sitting right now in this vast office building in Rockefeller Center.
And honestly, I don't put this stuff on I put it on purpose, but mainly because it's actually current. The only reason I'm putting this on is it's current. That's it. It's just what's going on with the American's presidency. That's the only reason why I put this on. When it's off the television, I will let it go. And trust me, you think I'm going on to personally attack somebody. No, this was just what was on the front page of YouTube. I'm not going to this guy particularly to have him talk shit. I just clicked a random video on the front page of YouTube, and this is what the entire world is talking about. And hey, yeah, I'm sure Trump will be free. Yeah, I'm sure.
Not to hire Robert Costello, and today anyone could see why. For once, the worst criminal defense lawyer in the room was not one employed by Donald Trump. I have not seen a worse criminal defense lawyer than Robert Costello, or a stupider one, based on just what we saw him do on the witness stand today in court. Trump criminal defense lawyer Emil Bovy did the questioning. Assistant District Attorney Susan Hoffinger did the objecting to Attorney Bovy's questions. Almost all of the district attorney's objections were sustained instantly by Judge Merchan, who makes very quick decisions about objections. But because Robert Costello answered questions even quicker than that, his answers frequently were entered in the record just as the objection was being raised. Question: is that term, back channel, is that a term that Mr. Giuliani used? Answer: yes. Ms. Hoffinger, objection. Judge Merchan sustained. Ms. Hoffinger moved to strike, Your Honor. Judge Merchan stricken. Stricken means that Robert Costello's one-word answer, yes, cannot be used as evidence by the jury. The lawyers can't quote that later. Robert Costello didn't like the objections. It's not unusual for lawyers as witnesses to have their own opinion about the objections. But it is very unusual for them to, in any way, voice that opinion about the objections from the witness stand. Attorney Michael Cohen surely had some feelings about the objections when he was on the witness stand, but Attorney Michael Cohen behaved in a fully professional way for a lawyer testifying under oath in court. That's not a comment on Michael Cohen's credibility, simply his manner as a witness, which was fully respectful of the process, fully respectful of the judge at all times, and fully respectful of Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer cross-examining him, to whom Michael Cohen's most frequent answer was, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Repeatedly. Always called him sir.
Let's go back to the damn auction house.
And here is when we all saw and heard something we've never seen in a courtroom before. Little did we know there was much more to come after this. Question: I would like you to take a look at the second paragraph of that email. Do you see where it says the question of timing is premature? Answer: yeah, I see that. Question: what did you mean by that? Ms. Hoffinger, objection. Judge Merchan sustained. Robert Costello: geez. I was in the back of the courtroom. I was in the last row. And I could hear Robert Costello, who's sitting right beside the jury, say, geez, all the way back there. About the objection. That was his attitude toward the objection. And more importantly, that was his attitude about Judge Merchan sustaining the objection. Jeez. That was Robert Costello's objection to the judge sustaining the objection. Judge Merchan was shocked. I was shocked. We have never seen Judge Merchan shocked before. Emil Bovy was no doubt shocked and tried to race past the moment with another question, which got another objection and was sustained. But Judge Merchan leaned across the bench and raised his voice, looking directly at the witness right there, and said, I'm sorry, meaning, what did you just say? And after a silence, Judge Merchan, in an agitated but not yet angry way, once again said, I'm sorry. And again, meaning, what did you just say? Of course, he knew what he said. He said, geez. And that drew attention to what Robert Costello said. The judge drew that attention in a big way. That line that I just told you from Judge Merchan saying, I'm sorry, that line does not appear in the court transcript because too much was happening in the courtroom for the court reporter who had never seen anything like this. And this is something that people who deal with court transcripts for many years know, especially transcripts produced at very high speed like the daily transcripts in this trial. They frequently have small and always unimportant errors, words left out, words that are simply incorrect. For example, in that same transcript, earlier, when Robert Costello is introduced in the transcript as a witness, the transcript incorrectly says Robert J. Costello, a witness called on behalf of the people. Now, that is wrong. Everyone knows that's wrong. Robert Costello was called on behalf of the defense. And the lawyers on both sides of the case will be able to use and work with this transcript without suffering any harms from those small typos that they will all recognize and other occasional words left out. But that's just something you have to know about these transcripts. This transcript is amazing. I have never seen a transcript make a mistake on any crucial evidentiary word from testimony, but the relevant factoid about this is simply that these transcripts can sometimes be slightly wrong. After Judge Merchan said, "I'm sorry," the second time, by which he meant, "Pardon me, what did you just say?" and he meant it in a threatening manner, Robert Costello said, "Strike it." Now, you sometimes hear lawyers during cross-examination begin a question and then say, "Strike it," and they start over again. And that doesn't mean that the question they started actually gets stricken from the record. It's just almost a note to themselves that the question wasn't going to come out right, so let me start this over again. It's like the lawyer saying, "Never mind, I'm not going to ask that question, I'm going to ask another question." Everyone understands that code when a lawyer says that. So Robert Costello's lawyer reflex came in to say, "Strike it," over something that even he, at that point, realized he never should have said, that wise guy, "Geez," about the judge, publicly, in the room, in front of the jury, attacking...
Okay, we got the point. Here's Willie with the State of Classic he's talking about right now.
Today's going to be a bit different compared to my normal type of video.
Thank you.
Usually
I'd like
I
to
have
sub to your
everything written
channel.
down, but today I've given myself some notes and we're just going to send it and see how it goes. It's going to be regarding the overall current state of Classic, that being Season of Discovery, as well as Cataclysm. These are really a bunch of topics which I've been thinking about for a little while now. It's just I had other things which I wanted to get out first, and this is a video that I feel as though I need to make, especially before Cataclysm drops. Originally, this video was just about Season of Discovery, but there have been a few developments, shall we say, which also made me want to talk about Cata as well. So whichever version of the game you like, hopefully there'll be something here, and at the end of the day this is feedback on the state of the game. I don't want to do complaining for the sake of it. So we're going to make a start with Cataclysm, because I think that should take a bit less time to cover everything I want to say, and then we'll get on to Season of Discovery afterwards. So Cataclysm is now well on its way, the day people doubted would happen, and it has happened. The pre-patch is well underway. When the pre-patch first dropped, it was admittedly an absolute fiesta. You could see new abilities on your profession screen, you will lose your key talent abilities when you change spec, you had to use a script to leave dungeons. All of these existed on the beta, by the way, but it's in generally a better spot than it was. The area that I want to talk about is really following the recent raid testing. So for tier 11 as well as the heroic dungeons, they are going to be post-nerf. Now there is a potential with dungeons we might get a more difficult version, because Blizzard have mentioned they're planning to carry the Titan rune system.
Oh good, they're raising the difficulty on the dungeons, that's all they've got? How about actually making the game fun?
Connecting.
Cataclysm, but as with many things with Cata, such as the high-res textures, the revamped auction house, and so on, we just don't really know what's happening because there hasn't been a ton of communication recently. With low enough gear going into the heroic dungeons,
Because
there's
they
still going to be
don't know. Because they don't know. There's been no communication because they don't know. Oh, I was hoping I would win a Titan. Wouldn't that be cool? Who won this? Lovro with 5 hyper nodes on a Titan. Oh my god. How do you manage that? I was thinking I could get it with one. This guy, he blew like 100 million and he got a 6 bill item. That's such a good profit. I see what's possible here. 5 hyper nodes. Ooh, yeah, Lovro Nelemir. He's smart. I like him. Care Bear Central. Yep, smart guy. See, now I kind of will blow some money, but I won't. Oh, man.
A lot of mechanics which just one-shot you, because that was most of the difficulty with Cataclysm Heroics. You do a mechanic wrong, you just die. That's how they go. But I was admittedly looking forward to getting pre-nerf, not just for the dungeons, but for the raids as well, because everything throughout Classic has been pre-nerf so far. The Burning Crusade Heroics, if you did those. Tier 5 with Lady Vash and Kael'thas, those weren't some pushover fights. And even Ulduar more recently was pre-nerf. We had the XT boss fight, which was impossible because it was so overtuned. And Blizzard even buffed Tier 7 by 20% health and damage, which... it was still so easy you could have forgot about it, to be fair. And I'm doing my Wrath of the Lich King review quite soon, and I have realised throughout Wrath that I've missed progression raiding. I've missed how it...
It took you fucking 2 years to figure this out? You guys don't belong in the scene. I've been more and more every day. I think that these guys are actually bad. All the famous people are actually bad, and I'm okay toiling in obscurity. I think these rich people are fucking bad at the games that they play. Like, fucking bad. Genuinely bad at it.
Learning its mechanics, working as a team, and finally achieving something. Encounters such as Professor Putricide, Yogg 0 Week 1, Lich King Heroic 25 the first few weeks, were some of my absolute favourite moments of Wrath Classic. And it's pretty simple, you put a lot of effort in, you get a reward out. It just feels good to do. And this had me hyped to Cataclysm. I wanted more of this. After all, everything we've done so far has been pre-nerf. And in the one expansion which is known for its difficulty pre-nerf, we're not doing that anymore. Blizzard have just recently confirmed this in an interview with Crix. I'm just going to play a quick clip here in case you haven't seen it. I'll link the full interview below as well. He asks a lot of good questions.
When we were looking at the difficulty of the original Cataclysm's launch content, it felt like it went a step too far. It felt like it went a place that didn't necessarily work with the player base that we saw consuming our various classic content. And we do agree that there is a historical curiosity to see, you know, what was that experience like back when Cataclysm originally launched. But it really seemed to apply to a much smaller proportion of the player base than we would want to create this time capsule experience for. By the time that that Cataclysm had wrapped up at the end, it felt like the balance was tuned pretty well, along with the rest of the class balance.
I'm gonna switch to the
that had
knife.
gone in through that final patch. So that's the way that we're going to proceed for launch for this first tier.
So there we have it. That's going to be the state of the game going into tier
put
11.
water
What I picked up on
my
that is,
one
although
key,
they're doing it post-nerf,
I'm gonna
it's
switch the
going to be 4.2 post-nerf, and the
Cryptid
difference between the
I've
changes
used
made during the...
I have used the Mole Miner Gauntlet too long. Yeah, and I'll sub out the troubleshooters for the Mole Miner Gauntlet, because, yeah, like, I don't know. I like that Gauntlet, but I don't know. It's not my favorite piece. It sucks. I've used it too long. This Cultist Piercer is new and nice, and I'll use it later, but I'm not going to use it today. I think I would prefer the Cryptid BJ knife, because it has heals on it. It's really good, and yeah, and I'm thinking more about heal-centric stuff, and then that puts my weight at 165. What am I heavy with right now? It's, stim packs and 45 rounds. I guess I gotta dump like half these 45 rounds. Like more than half, like 2,000 of them or whatever. Like 2,000. Yep. Then sturdy right leg. Right away. I just gotta check my settings again here, just real quick. Very good. Oh, Cool, I got some stuff. Oh, I have glow sight. I didn't know glow sight was a thing. Ribcage and pelvis. Let's go break all of our stuff. Oops. Maybe I can mod the knife. Let's see. Oh, nope, serrated. Or stealth blade. Nope, serrated is good. Blood Eagle, Burning Love, no sights. I wish I could get sights on it. Standard arrows. Blood Eagle style, that's enhanced. I'm just gonna scrap that. Okay. And yes, and I like the Fat Man's. The extra weight, I would yep. There we go. Ammo. Arrows, 45 rounds, so 1 fusion core. I should carry more. 10mm rounds. Plasma cartridge, shotgun shells, 44, 5mm, 308, 38. One of the things that makes this so nice is it's pretty lightweight. I wish I had one for how heavy the ordnance was. Like I need that, but what is it? It's like expert hit or not? It's like what is it? It's like one of them is like mass non-explosive heavy guns do 10% more damage. Strong back, pack rat. Explosives weigh 10% or 30% less. But I don't think that's working for these mini nukes. It's like how heavy are they? £4, so they're a pound each. No, the stack weight is... Oh, no, they're 4 pounds each. Okay, so the stack weight is 16 pounds. I mean, that's okay, I guess. Yeah. We'll, I'm gonna bring, like, 8. Yeah? Like 12 mini nukes. Oh, God, it raises the weight by a lot. But, okay, armor, apparel, yeah, food and drink, good. And some purified water, good, we're healing. She needs to sleep, and I don't need that, or that, or that. The only ones I ever need are this, and this, and that's the ones that I'll start to get. Why are you playing Cataclysm, buddy? You can't find a new game, or...?
Tier for Tier 11 and 4.2, which is Dragon Soul, are absolutely enormous. I just want to show you a few examples here of how different it is.
I fucking hate Dragon Souls, the worst raid they ever made.
So for example here, the changes made early on were quite reasonable. They took a lot of the bad RNG out of the fight, which could have been frustrating to do. But then in 4.2, they just reduced the damage and hit points of the boss by 20%. They reduced the ab damage. They reduced the damage of everything the boss does. The tank debuff doesn't kill the tank. And then they decrease some more dot damage. This is kind of consistent with the 4.2 changes. They weren't just nerfs. They absolutely hammered a lot of these boss fights into the ground because it was the final patch by that point in time. Who really cares if Tier 11's difficult anymore? And this is consistent with a bunch of fights that you can check. This is Omnitron Defense System, second boss in Blackwing Descent. Again, you can see pretty much the damage on everything in the fight has been reduced. The barrier absorb, you don't want to break this barrier, so that is again another nerf.
I don't like the bow.
Flamethrower damage, this is a high single target attack, reduced by 40%, so it's not really that threatening anymore, and shield damage reduced. Just one more on Cho'Gall, for example. Again, this one was reduced in 4.1, and again, just everything is getting absolutely nerfed across the board. So I don't think this raid is... It's going to be challenging, okay? Like, I'm not going to delude myself into saying, well, everyone's going to roll over it on week 1, but it's not going to be how it was back in the day. And that's kind of unfortunate because that's what I was looking forward to doing in this expansion. I wanted some decent progression-based content. I have tested a bunch of these fights on the beta personally, and in one night, using 359 gear across the raid, we did Maloriak, Archimedes, Chimeron, and Conclave of Winds, which was just kind of surprising to me that we walked in there and we had a little bit of progression on all the fights. And I just really wanted to go back and see how the fights felt as they were back then. Now, without a doubt, we have advantages now that people did not have back then. I'm not going to argue with that. We've got amazing add-ons which pretty much show you everything that you need to do. Add-ons don't fully play the game for you though. You can have every add-on you want. If you stand the Shadow Trap on Lich King 25 Heroic, you're gonna die and you might wipe the raid. Same with Defile. They can only do so much. In addition to that, we know the boss tactics. We have a really good idea of what makes up a good raid comp. We definitely have advantages, but it would have been nice nevertheless to see. Maybe those advantages now gave some kind of merit to it being pre-nerf so we could really get stuck into it. And whenever I bring up pre-nerf content and wanting to see that, there's inevitably the person that says, why aren't you playing retail? That's the more difficult version of the game surely. And yeah, it is. I'm not going to argue with you there either. I've done cutting edge raiding on retail before. It is significantly harder than anything in Classic, and it's not even a competition. But the reason why I don't seek that content out on retail is because everything's different. The class design is different, talent trees are different, animations are different, sound effects are different. It's fundamentally a different game. When I'm going back to these time capsules, I'm looking to see how things played back then. It's like the Mists of Pandaria remix, which is coming out pretty soon. It does sound kind of interesting, but it's
disgusting. What do you mean, Mists of Pandaria remix? What are you talking about? Why would they change anything about it? It was bad as it was. It was okay. It was an okay expansion. The music was fucking stellar. And I liked the dailies. It was the only expansion where I liked the dailies. It was the only one. But I mean, like, other than that...
Mists of Pandaria for me.
The raids were worthless. I didn't step foot in a mop raid. Not a single one. I don't know any of the tactics. I don't care.
I think Mists of Pandaria... I think a demo lock.
I mean, I played every raid, but I only went once. That's it.
With Kill Jaden's Cunning, Snapshotting, Bane of Doom with Unerring Vision of Lei Shen. I think of tanks standing in fire and stacking up Vengeance and doing millions of damage. I think of the original version of Monk. How classes play is fundamentally a thing to the original experience. And that's why I play Classic, to see how things were back then. Were they as difficult? How did things play? And it's just overall an experience which you can't get unless you are inside the time capsule. And I was expecting Cataclysm to be a good middle ground as well, somewhere between vanilla, where you go into a raid and you just kind of collect your purple items, and retail, where you have people who are literally on professional teams who raid, wiping for a week straight, if not more, on some of the most brutal encounters you've ever seen. Cataclysm's somewhere in the middle. It's challenging, but it's not absolutely insane. It feels rewarding, and I was just hoping for some good progression, basically. However, as Clayton mentioned when we were watching that brief clip before, it's a niche thing to enjoy progression, and it's a smaller percentage of the player base. I know I'm in the minority. I'm sure people have already pointed that out. So you may well be aware of the website ironforge.pro. This tracks individual raiding characters across different tiers and gives some kind of estimate as to how popular the game is. So this is how things look in Classic. This is the whole deal. We have Vanilla as this big block here. It's quite consistent. We have TBC. Interestingly, Tier 5 wasn't a pushover, and I think it happened around here, and it kept a pretty solid player base throughout. And then we have Sunwell, of course, another difficult raid tier. Things began to fall off at the end, but I think that's quite inevitable towards the end of an expansion when the player base does begin to drop off somewhat. And then we have Wrath of the Lich King, which is this big old block right here. Just to make things a bit clearer than that, I've gone and done a bit of annotation so you can see where different stuff came out. And yes, I am using Paint 3D for this. Okay, so we have the start of Wrath of the Lich King here. Naxx Eye of Eternity and Sartharian's Lair comes out, and it's immediately incredibly popular. I wouldn't read into this too much. It's Wrath of the Lich King. It takes no time to get to level cap. The raiding content's very easy. It's immensely popular, big upwards trend, and then people go, wow, this tier sucks, and it goes to big downwards trend. And then we have the holidays around here. Holidays also happened around here. That's where those two drop-offs are. This is quite consistent, apart from around here when there was COVID. So then next, Blizzard releases Alldayr. Now, Alldayr was one of the most hyped tiers ever in World of Warcraft. People will look back to this raid back in the day and say it was one of the shining achievements of Blizzard's competency at producing excellent PvE content. Here it comes out. We have a small bump. There's a bit of players here.
BFD
and then
BFD was really good.
All downhill. The drop off week to week in Alldayr is it's kind of shocking. Bam. Straight like that. Just downwards trend. Is a company gonna look at downwards trend and say, that's what we need, guys, more of that please? Probably not. Trial of the Grand Crusader comes out. Ironically, for being such an underrated raid, is the most consistent raid ever in Wrath Classic, with the most stable bunch of players in-game, not out. And then we have ICC finally. Again, we've got a little bump as it comes out. People are interested, and then they go, it's kind of hard actually. And then SOG comes out, and then Christmas happens, and boom, back down we go into the depths. And then this has kind of been the pre-patch effects right here. That's our timeline of how things have gone in Wrath Classic. And if you can say one thing, it's when difficult content happens, people quit. Or they stop raiding, at least. This didn't happen so much in TBC, which is interesting. So some of these fights were not a pushover in Tier 5 and the Sunwell. I'm sure Blizzard have better stats than this, and they've made the decision based upon those. But yeah, that's why me, progression enjoying guy, is in the minority. And if you're a progression enjoying individual, unfortunately, yeah, you are too. Welcome to the club. Actually hearing that there will be post-nerf content though is definitely a bit of a letdown for me. It's a bit of a shame. As expansions progress, content only gets harder. Wrath of the Lich King was the first step with hard modes in Alldayr and heroics in Icecrown Citadel. A lot of people going into Cataclysm expecting a bit more challenge. We are going to be getting Mr. Pandaren Classic eventually, and this kind of sets a bit of a precedent for me. If they're doing pre-nerf content now, then they believe that's the correct way to release stuff, and that will be ultimately the most popular. Do you want to see pre-nerf Throne of Thunder? Do you want to see pre-nerf Siege of Orgrimmar? Or do you want them in their original versions so you can do some progression on them once again? Which, again, I did that back in the day and it was really good. It was some of the best times I've had raiding. Then again, in Classic nowadays, we're going through things so fast with the increased content cadence. Cataclysm might last a year total.
There it is.
Where is the time for the progression going to fit in? Imagine if you're in a guild that's progressing, then the next tier comes out and you're still progressing, and then the next tier comes out. You never actually finish anything on Heroic. You're just in this perpetual progression cycle. That's going to burn you out. I've been in that position before. It does burn you out. But I do have a bit of a suggestion nevertheless. So in Dragon Soul, there was a buff put in the game called Power of the Aspects, which month by month reduced bosses' health and damage by 5%. And you can see the dates when it was rolled out here. And I was thinking, if Blizzard were to try pre-nerf for some raids in Classic, something similar to this could happen after a period of time had gone by. So people who are looking for a bit of progression-based content and a bit of challenge can have that, and then sometime later we'll also be getting things nerfed. Except obviously it wouldn't happen month by month, because this is pretty much the duration of Cata Classic here already. You'd need to do it probably week by week, which would be pretty fast as far as things go, but it might just need to be that way. Also, another thing to bring up with Cataclysm is the loot system as well. Typically in Wrath, there was different items in 10 man compared to 25, whereas in Cata you're always getting the same item. The heroic version's just a bit better. So technically you're getting Bis light, I suppose. But that's pretty much all I have for Cataclysm. It was just some comments on doing pre-nerf content versus post-nerf content. I am still looking forward to the expansion a lot, especially playing a healer during it. I thought the changes made to healing were great, but I just thought it was worth giving some feedback on that and seeing how other people feel about it, so definitely let me know below. Okay, that's Cataclysm. Let's move on to Season of Discovery. So I feel as though mentioning this is worthwhile briefly. It has been a lot of fun to see what they've done with this season. I'm well aware it's experimental, but a lot of the changes we've had so far and a lot of the reason the season has existed is because of feedback regarding stuff. So this isn't meant to be complaining for the sake of complaining. complaining, but I'm just going to say what I've noticed in especially Phase 3 and some sort of feelings I have towards this season in regards to things which they've kept, or maybe the better way to say it is not removed. So let's begin with the start of Phase 3 with incursions. So I think just about everyone's had a go at incursions so far, and unfortunately that's happened for good reason. And this was a new system added into the game which was broadly advertised as a new repeatable PvE activity, which I was really looking forwards to because at times it felt as though content was lacking. The system they brought in for the incursions, however, was based on the Cenarian Hold. It was Cenarian Hold or Cenarian Circle, one of the two, reputation from the Silithus, which people did back in Phase 5 of Vanilla to get certain BIS items, notably the Rock Fury braces for casters and Earth Strike for physical DPS. And at no point ever did I hear someone say, wow, that grind was great, can't wait to do that again. I knew people that got rank 14 that wouldn't do this again, and that's the system we based it on. Vanilla did a lot of great things, it really did, but some of them were not so great. This was one of them. Ranking was another one. Blizzard fixed ranking, that was great. This wasn't the system to base the new content off. And when the event came out, it became immediately apparent that it was just far too rewarding. This thing gave you everything. Even post-nerf, it's still incredible and you're borderline dumb for not doing it. I didn't do it, by the way. I was questing and I felt like an idiot after seeing how fast people were leveling up through this. But doing incursions, you get some of the best XP in the game. You get good gold income because of the bonus gold from completing quests. You get a rune friendly. You get 6 well-itemized pieces of gear, which were initially advertised as being more PvP centric. They're not, they're just kind of really good starter items and you can get them by Honoured. You get 2 rings, the rings are kind of meh, so whatever, and you get 2 trinkets, but if you haven't done any other content, there are no other trinkets in the game because that's vanilla. I imagine at some point down the line, Blizzard are planning to tie this event into the Green Dragon World bosses, but I don't know how that's going to go really, because incursions kind of need to be kept on the down low moving forwards. I get that Blizzard wanted to get people out of dungeon grinding in Phase 3 and into doing something out in the world, but this just traded dungeons for something else, and there really wasn't much benefit to go and quest as you usually would. Maybe incursions would fit better as a more endgame reputation type thing, and they didn't need as much gold and experience tied to them as they ended up getting. It's kind of difficult to say what to do with this content moving forwards, but the easiest thing is probably going to involve capping how many you can do in the space of a week, which doesn't necessarily have to be dailies. For example, in Cataclysm, you can complete 7 heroic dungeons per week to earn the Valor Reward, and you can do that at any point in time. You could do once per day, you could do all 7 in a day.
All
which is
7
just a
in
better
a
system
day?
than what exists in Wrath with Daily Heroics, for example.
Fucking wow,
Again, that would probably
goddamn
be the
hamster
easiest
wheel.
way.
I'm
I feel
so
like
glad
this is
I'm
a
off
really
it.
difficult piece of content.
Fuck
Now it's so
7 in a
ingrained in the
day.
game, and people have
fuck are you
gained so
talking
much from it
about?
already. Personally, I thought moving into Phase 3, all Blizzard needed to ensure was that questing felt as though it was the fastest way to level. If people didn't like questing, if they were on a PvP server or something of the likes, they could go and farm dungeons, which would have been a viable alternative still. But questing has proven that it's good through hardcore, through many different vanilla-based game modes. It just works. The world of vanilla is good. Speaking of PvP servers though, I play on PvE personally, but I understand there's been a lot of difficulty.
And you lost me. Oh no, this goes on for another whole 30 minutes? Dear God, why? You play on a PvE SOD server? Why? Alright, let's hear what else he has to say. You kind of lost me there.
Specifically with people just ganking them because
Well,
they're
I came
bored,
back.
or for farming on or for ranking, which is kind of fair enough if it's better than Battlegrounds. People always do the easiest thing, so it sucks, but unfortunately it makes sense. Too many people always roll PvP servers. This happens on every single classic release. People get dragged in by their guilds, dragged in by their friends, and then everyone quits and they're sitting there thinking, damn, this sucks, I wish I could transfer off. And I do understand they did open up transfers, but seriously, with PvP servers in the future, you know that social contract thingy that you have to accept before you can log into the game for the first time or something? Put something like that on PvP servers. Say, yo, if you roll on this server, a skull level rogue called backstabber for something is going to repeatedly gank you for absolutely no reason, and there's nothing you can do about it. If this sounds fun, please press create character. Just something of the likes. Like, that may dissuade some people from making what will ultimately be the wrong decision for them. In fact, PvE servers have grown in raiding population throughout Phase 3, which sounds kind of unbelievable. If I grab ironforge.pro here real quick and we go down to, I think, Wild Growth US has plateaued a bit. There's not a huge amount of change there. Go to Wild Growth EU and it's actually gone up in players because people are leaving PvP servers because they realise they picked the wrong server for them. Whereas if we check some of the biggest PvP servers, they are all down. In fact, the numbers plateaued in Phase 3 quite fast, and then they're already going down compared to what happened in Phase 1, which was absolutely booming, and Phase 2, which people are leveling here, and then it picked up quite a bit, but it just hasn't reached the same peaks in Phase 3. So what's up with that? Why hasn't Season of Discovery in Phase 3 experienced the same success that it had in Phase 1 and Phase 2? For me, a big bit of it for me is that Season of Discovery stopped being alt-friendly, and I really do believe that. I remember making a video towards the start of Season of Discovery where I basically said, yo, this is a server which you're going to want to play multiple characters on because there's all these different class changes and they're interesting, they're fresh, they're new, but ultimately that's not how vanilla works. Vanilla is not an alt-friendly game. I knew really hardcore players who would only have maybe 1 or 2 characters still, just because of the amount of time everything takes to do within the game. Now, during the start of Season of Discovery in Phase 1, it was alt-friendly. The leveling was super fast, the runes were easy to get. Some of them were just go and open a box in your starter zone. Here's your rune, so you could get to play with the new stuff straight away. The consumables were few and far between, and they were cheap and easy to get. The raiding was 10-man and very easy to put together, and there were few world buffs. And then we get to Phase 2 and it starts getting a little bit less casual friendly. People started to hit the wall a bit with the fatigue in regards to leveling. The raid got notably harder. When I first did Electrocutioner, I thought this just isn't going to work in vanilla. In Phase 2 you started to need more consumables, and the runes, especially in Phase 2, really needed you to go out of your way to begin to get them. And then we're now in Phase 3 and it's just not alt-friendly anymore. 40 to 50 is probably the easiest leveling bracket so far, ironically, because Blizzard have thrown so much bonus XP at it and because incursions exist. But everything outside of that takes so much time. The runes involve a lot of traveling. Well, many of them do anyway. We now have more world buffs, including Songflower. The amount of consumables and enchants and so on we can get now with capped professions is excessive. I think this was a mistake in Phase 3, allowing us to go to 300, because there are a lot of endgame crafting items, which, if you didn't pick Hunter on the character creation screen, you basically cannot farm them, so everything has got really expensive as a result. The thing is, in Season of Discovery, the classes are fun to play overall from what I've experienced. It's just to get to the point where you can start playing at endgame is not fun, and it just takes too long for me to want to invest in it in what is a seasonal server. And I think the best way I can really demonstrate this is, you know that one meme with the guy on the bus and you've got the one side which is the beautiful rolling hills and everything looks fantastic, and the other guy's looking at a brick wall the whole way and is miserable. That's how I feel about Season of Discovery right now. I think about playing a new class and I'm like, wow, look at all these rune combinations, that sounds super fun, I'll be able to do this and that, and it's going to be this whole new experience. And then I'm like, yeah, but if I want to get
but I've been playing the game for 20 years, and it's not fun anymore. I'll say it. This guy will lie to himself and everybody the fuck else, but just like Rust, just like every other game, we've been playing it for way too long, and we need something new, and you haven't been making it.
For a rune and to get gear, I'm going to need to get all the runes, which is about a good 10 to 12 hours of flight path content. The profession quest, that one's kind of optional, but it is a lot of running about. Consumables are expensive because we have level cap professions now, and we have to get world buffs as well. More on that later, I suppose, but that's kind of how I feel about it right now. I like the idea in doing it, but I just don't want to invest the time which Blizzard are demanding that I do so in order to get to that point on my character. So TLDR, it doesn't feel alt-friendly, and it should feel alt-friendly. Season of Discovery should want you to experience different characters and classes and see how things play, but to get to that point, it's just not much fun, if I'm being honest. Now, people will come in here and say, this is how vanilla is, like, what are you saying? You played enough of this game to know this. And yeah, it usually is, but it's a seasonal server. You may never see the Phase 1 of Season of Discovery again, or Phase 2 or Phase 3. This could be a one-time thing, so why not make it easy? Why not just get us into the content and encourage people to, you know, discover new playstyles and so on. All in all, can we go back to the seasonal server feeling a bit more alt-friendly and encouraging us to try different stuff out? Because at the moment, Blizzard is throwing more experience at us. That doesn't really solve anything. Leveling speed isn't the problem. It's the other stuff you have to do, like actually getting the runes and gold farming, and the fact that if you put all this effort into a character, at the moment your reward is a raid which lasts under an hour on a 7-day reset. So even when you do everything, there's not a ton of reward waiting for you at the other end. What I'd suggest first of all is which runes are gained in the same way across multiple characters become bind on account. You could have them on vendors where the NPCs are. You can just buy that rune and send it to an alt. Because I don't know about you, but I've done Dark Riders twice, and I'm not about to do it for a third time. Next up is I think Blizzard have overplayed their hands in regards to the amount of travel needed for runes, and this might be a hot take, but
I won't do
people are going to look at this and say, oh, are you classic Andy? You
like,
love traveling around the world, right? You're
No, I don't. I never did. No, your walking sim can suck a dick, and I unlocked only the runes that I needed to do what I wanted to do. That was it. And I think that's what Blizzard wanted, you know? But, I mean, no, I don't care about some back of some fucking zone on a game I used to play like 20 years ago. I don't care about that. I'm sorry. I don't know. I have to go back, I guess, and make sure I planted and checked and everything. I better go back to the Mog House. But good, give me more health. I took all my armor off and I donned like a piece of apparel that doesn't really have that much armor to it. And it has made the game much more fun. A lot more fun. Like, I'm talking about the regular game, because I didn't go to the bank today. I slept all day. So I got to go to the bank tomorrow, and I had to pay some monthlies and stuff. And one of the things I haven't paid is 76, so can't like go play custom if I don't have monthly paid. Really wish custom was baseline. It's the least they could do for the people who stuck around.
About how vanilla having a big world is a good thing, but usually,
oh my god,
in vanilla you can put a bunch of stuff together and then go do them all at the same time. Or if you need to travel somewhere, you travel for a long time, but then you get somewhere and you're there for a long time. You're there completing quests, doing professions, you're doing a raid, whatever it may be. The rune quests are fly and ride on your mount for 20 minutes, talk to one guy, fly and ride on your mount for 20 minutes, kill one NPC, fly and ride on your mount for 20 minutes, pick up one item. The stories are interesting enough around them, but there's just way too much travel, and it's just not an...
but I mean, why didn't you say that about WoW in general? I mean, WoW is entirely walking sim.
Enjoyable prospect to think about doing an alt.
It's just like FFXI and all the games released out of 2003. Most of it walking.
It's when you've already done it on your main.
Which is why I went to places like Fortnite and Rust, because I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna claim I will not let my claim to fame being one of the top 10 world priests, you know? I want my claim to fame be that I continue to evolve my skill until I was 80 years old, you know?
In phase 1 were good because you could pick them up really fast and then get into the content. There were some of these epic story runes such as Divine Storm or Metamorphosis, and I think having some of that is fine, but it just feels like I'm being dragged around the world too much, and it's been overused at this point. Next up is something which I started talking about not so long ago, and that's the amount of effort you put into a character isn't really equal to the content which is available at endgame. Specifically, the dungeons we have at the moment are not being ran that much. We have wild offerings in the game currently, but the wild offering content is put together a 10-man raid group and blast through Mara. You're not actually playing your
Mara?
character. I like the idea of wild offerings, by the way. I think they're in
fucking
theory
Mara.
good, but how they play out gameplay-wise is it's boring, basically.
Oh, I need
You're just
tree
running through a
cuttings.
dungeon
That's
to
right, I
collect a
forgot.
bis
Damn
item
it.
to make yourself do a negligible extra amount of damage in a 1-hour raid on a 7-day lockout.
Yeah, what the fuck do I care? The incentive is not there. Oh, I got good gear. Great. So you can keep fighting more bosses. Yay. The bosses continue to kill you half the time. Yay. You seem really bad when you die to the boss and everybody gets angry. Yay. Everybody's unhappy. Seems like a really fun time. You know? I can't do that Raider loop anymore. I can't do it in Rust, and I can't do it in fucking WoW. It's garbage crap people. It draws garbage crap people immediately.
It's not very good. On top of that, incursions have really taken a lot of people out of leveling dungeons at the moment, and I just feel as
What
though
are incursions? I haven't even heard of that.
there isn't currently enough content to really warrant wanting to go ahead.
Yeah, I stopped logging in. I was like, yeah, you got my $100. I got about 100 hours out of it. That's $1 an hour. I'm okay with $1 an hour. You know, I got about 100 hours out of it. I was like, yeah, I think this is about where I draw the line. You got my $100. That's good. I supported Blizzard so you don't die. If anybody ever asks, like, oh, you just abandoned Blizzard and left WoW entirely, huh? I'd be like, no, I went back for WoW Solid to level 40, just like I went back to WoW Classic for level 40, where the game gets to be not fun anymore, you know? The game isn't fun past 40. You're just walking all the fucking time. You're getting ganked all the fucking time. You lose your world buffs. You're standing in some dungeon. Some dude's trying to sell you boosts, and it's not fun. You guys ruined these games with your try hard. Like, not try hard, but like just, I don't know, it's like, I don't know what it is. It's like you're like, it's a game that isn't competitive in any way or form except for arena, but you made it super competitive in PvE for some reason. I don't know why. Are you super? I don't know why you guys brag so much, but like motherfucker, I've got like 550 some odd Fortnite wins or something like that. I'll brag about that. I will not brag about motherfucking 550,000 boss kills on AI. I could give two shits about that. You guys are way self-inflated about your worth. You know, I really feel this way.
Across
Method in particular.
This season, I would almost welcome LFD into the game just to have more people to group with, but obviously then everyone's going to be sitting in their capital cities spamming that, and they're not going to be in the open world, so that's not much good either. But I really just would like more reasons to do stuff and for more people to want to put groups together for a wide variety of content, rather than dungeons just being about wild offerings. I think this is a symptom of Phase 3 and that things will be better in Phase 4 for this because there's just a lot more content, but that's how things feel at the moment. Next up, we have probably my favourite thing ever in World of Warcraft. We have raiding, and in short, I don't really think I'm going to be raiding on Season of Discovery all that much anymore. And as much as I think the class changes are interesting,
I broke even, right?
and I do...
No, I made 20k, which doesn't seem right. Like, you know, I made 20k. Gardening won't get good until Treasures of Auto gone, which sucks because we have COP to do. Oh well. Like, so I'm learning that all that gardening that I did, all that work, all it does is pay 20k. I make like 20k AFK on copper each day. I don't need to do 3 weeks of gardening for no payout. It really needed to pay more than that. I mean, 20k is 20k, but it was so much goddamn work each day. I'm not going to plant another generation. I'm going to take my 20k back here. I bought the tree cuttings and I was like, nope, I'm not doing this again. Nope, this was way too much fucking work. I'm not logging in every day to Final Fantasy 11 like a job. You know, I'm not gardening plants unless they pay out like 4 times what I put into it, which they did not, because between the devs of Final Fantasy Horizon and the shitheads who play this game on a private community who really want to dominate the market, right? And make the prices horrible for everybody so they themselves can profit but everybody else suffers, right? I'm not talking about like people who play the game are shitheads. I'm talking about the people who overprice things are shitheads. And yeah, and they make the economy collapse, and So I realize now that, yeah, I don't want to... I think it's good that I have 3 alts and I have 30 flower pots and stuff. But, I mean, I did not make much money off of this gardening. It was not good. So, I don't know. And I could do all the research to learn what the best gardening would be, but I'm not going to. I was hoping for... On retail, they'll give you 1 elemental ore. They nerfed that here because private server developers are always cocksuckers like that. If you can get an actual profit going and actually buy your gear, they just nerf it. Just like the real developers on the real fucking servers and shit. Developers are cocksuckers, most of them. They're really, really nasty people. They see you having fun and they're like, nah, grind more. I want you grinding more, not having fun. Having fun is against what I set out to do here. I need you grinding more and spending more time on the game. And they just nerf it or they reduce it, just like these piece of shit Horizon devs that I've had more and more complaint with as I've gone along. The Horizon decision to put Conrad the way far back at the top of the fucking Bastock, so you have to walk for 15 minutes just to get to your fucking teleport NPC was goddamn... I was yelling about it in the town meeting. I was like, Conrad 2022, Conrad 2022. Everybody was. They were like, Conrad. Every Bastock in there was like, Conrad. We were yelling Conrad at him. Oh, great community, Horizon devs. Great community. You know what I'm saying? You just completely were like, we're not changing Comrade. It's like, all right, fine, fine. We're gonna add Ensign that nobody wanted, so you can fight bosses that nobody came to. That wasn't ever originally an era. So we don't do anything out of era except for giant tree monsters at the start of the expansion that nobody wants to fight, right? But yeah, when it comes to changing an NPC to save you 1,000 hours of your life, we won't do that though. We'll add in shit that you won't do, but we won't take away things that negatively affects your life though. And it's like, fuck you developers, you're fucking worthless. Even on the private servers, I never would have ran a Final Fantasy server like the way the Horizon did. There's no fucking way. There's all this quality of life stuff that needed to happen. Like for instance, Yoshi P updated the retail run speed like around 2010. These idiots are working with a 2009 fucking database that was stolen, so they don't know about that. They don't know about upgrading the run speed. They can't. Topaz can't do it. So or if they can, they won't, because they think it's funny that we waste all this time. And I think, no, I'll just eventually leave. You'll have nothing left. Yeah, you think it's funny. I think it's funny when I leave eventually, when you don't improve the goddamn quality of life like you should. I think it's funny. I leave, I definitely leave. I'm like, you don't care about our quality of life at all, so I'm just going to leave World of Warcraft. You don't care about us traveling all the fucking time. Like, honestly, if I'd done WoW SOD, the first thing I would have done would have been to make the flight pass instant. I would have upgraded the run speed to what Flea is. That is not a season of discovery. It's the same old bullshit ass fucking Blizzard, totally doing the same old bullshit ass stuff. I'm sorry, but it is. It was not a season of discovery at all. It was a season of the same old shit, but with a bunch of new stuff added that we didn't want or need.
Ultimately, there are a bunch of decisions which have been made which really make me not want to do the raiding content.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. It being raiding is terribly fucking horribly addicting. It's horribly addicting to be in a mass of 25 people who all think as one, who are trying to get everyone's gear and everything. That's extremely addictive, to get caught up in a big group of people that use you so you can get gear, and they can get gear, and they put gear on you and you put gear on them, and everybody loves each other and all this, and it's really tight. It's an extremely addictive fucking thing. But I mean, why? All the gear does for you is make it so you can kill the bosses a few seconds faster. It's gear that doesn't do anything. Like for instance, the difference between a bow kid in Rust and a SAR is so pronounced and so fucking crazy different that I like trust me, that I believe in the search for a SAR. I believe in it more than all of the raid bosses in World of Warcraft combined. I believe in the search for a single SAR. I believe in a Bo kid's search for a SAR so much more than some WoW player's search for tier 26 gear or whatever the fuck it is. Are they up to 26 now or whatever? First 3 were fun. I don't know why you kept going for another 23, but anyways. Like all those movies that you do and all that thievery around with the billionaire software despots and all this. I don't know why all that's necessary, but you do it anyways. Yeah. And yeah, and I don't know. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Your incentive, like, okay, after I've experienced the power growth that is going from revolver to AK or double barrel to AK or like, you know, SAR to AK or something like that. Oh, I killed the SAR kid. I killed the AK kid with a SAR. That like triples your fucking power in a second or something like that. World of Warcraft, you can grind for 3,000 hours, no problem. And you might kill the boss 8 seconds faster. Yeah, 8 seconds. You're talking about maybe 30 to 40 seconds max, but more like 8 seconds faster. I'd say about 8 seconds faster. Yeah. I have to go to Jita, and I have to spend a billion ISK now, which I really don't want to do. That's okay though. It is okay though. We go. Undock. And so yeah, like, oh, you're such a skilled WoW player because you can kill the boss 8 seconds faster. I respect arena players because it actually is gain, you know. But all that gear,
Autopilot engaged.
Okay, so we have abandoned gardening because the developers nerfed it into the fucking ground.
Warping
Thanks,
to
fuck you, FFXI Horizon,
active.
for everything that you do for me. I'm just kidding. I get hundreds of hours, if not thousands of hours of entertainment out of Horizon. I'm not saying fuck you. I'm kidding. It's just, why would you nerf gardening into the ground? Gardening has never been nerfed, but until you guys got a hold of it. Why did you jade what Yoshi P wanted? Why did you change it? You are out of era. You're really fucking far out of era. I could even pull the database right now and prove it. You're out of era. You're really bad. You nerfed the hell out of gardening. Why? Let these people make their fucking money. You're disgusting. Fuck you. I don't like Eric. I think Eric is disgusting.
In particular, can you guess what number 1 is? Yep, World Buffs. I really came into this season giving World Buffs another chance. I did.
Nope.
This time around, I rolled on a PvE server from the start. We have the Chronoboon in the game. It's never been easier to get your World Buffs than it is in Season of Discovery right now. And they're just so bad for the game when it comes to raiding, I think. It feels as though it makes raids into such a stressful event because just one mistake is incredibly punishing. It's actually unreasonably punishing for how easy the game is supposed to be. If you die once in a raid with world buffs, minus 30% damage for the rest of the raid evening. You may as well just not even try, not pop any consumables. Your tanks are going to be taking more damage. Your healers are going to be doing less healing. And it can not even be your fault either. I felt more stressed in vanilla raids with world buffs than I have progressing Lich King 25 Heroic. Because on 25 Heroic, I can be confident in my own abilities to handle mechanics. That's absolutely fine. If someone else makes a mistake, we go again, we learn, we improve, we'll get the boss down. In vanilla raids, it could be the healers didn't heal the tank, someone stood in some bad, someone over aggroed. And if you wipe because it's somebody else's fault, everyone's losing their world buffs, and there's nothing you can do about it. And when you lose them, it feels absolutely terrible. Like, you generally just don't want to be there anymore.
Go home.
On top of that, it turns every raid into a speed run. Everyone's thinking, I've unbooned now, we need to go, my Songflower's ticking down, my consumes are ticking down.
Fuck what speedrunning did to goddamn fucking video games. Fuck the speedrunners who roll with them. Fuck anybody who thinks they can beat Dark Souls in 9 minutes or anything like that. Fuck what you're doing to the developers when you do that. Fuck speedrunning. Fuck you're rushing around all the fucking time like crackheads. It's recreation. Why the fuck would you rush through recreation? You're fucking stupid. I hate so very much about a lot of the things that gamers choose to be. Like the harassment bullshit. Who the fuck? Why? They're fellow gamers. They're the only buddy in the world who relates to you. You fucking autistic fucking shithead freak. Why the fuck would you attack your fellow gamers? You're worthless. Go ahead and die as far as I fucking care. The only people in the world that understand you at all, you go attack them all fucking day, you're a worthless piece of shit fucking cocksucker. Fuck you.
Just be more of
Same with that shit. Same with all that shit. The bullying and harassment. The you know, like, I don't know, man. Skins are garbage. CS:GO skins are garbage. Rust skins are garbage. The whole skins thing that the kids went through, that was garbage. It was like they stole $10 billion from us with that. They're selling us back basically what they should have been putting in the game in the first place. They like took all the assets and they sold them twice. First they sell you the $60 game, then they sell you another $2,000 in skins or something like that. Come on.
And
or I mean, Fortnite's free. They couldn't charge for Fortnite. They want to sell you skins.
Just not what I get when I have well-buffed.
Fortnite's okay. But skins in a lot of other single-player games like Dragon's Dogma 2.
Just in the raid. I'm a big fan of world buffs when they're in the world.
Like, look how fun. It's addictive. It's addictive to be in sync with 25 or 10 or 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 people here, right? It's fun to be this in sync with 25 people. It is. But look at how much bullshit that they have to go through to get there. They've got to get all these buffs up. That's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30, 33 goddamn buffs up and 4 debuffs and some exhaustions and stuff. You got all these fucking phases, 3 to 4 phases, something like that. Some kind of dumb gimmick at the end. You have the threat chart. You have the 37 fucking keybinds. You have all the people dying instantly. See how fast it is? Their bars drop to all their bars drop to half in a second. And you're like, oh my god! I now have like basically like 25 mobs to fight. When all of their bars drop halfway, I think of healing as DPSing, but actually skilled. I think of healing as skilled. I think of as DPS as bad. DPS are bad. They don't actually do anything for the fucking raid except kill the mob, which is necessary. It is part of the Trinity. But they don't actually do anything for the fucking raid except suck away the gear. You know what I'm saying? They don't actually do anything. So when I see the entire raid's health bars drop like this, I think, oh my god, I pulled 25 mobs and all of them are at half health. And I've got to kill all 25, and I'm like, oh my god, this one's the highest one. This one with the lowest bar, Coldslaw, right? He's the one with the highest health. We got to kill him first, and so I go to Coldslaw and I try to save him by trying to kill him as fast as possible with my heals, right? I think of healing as reverse damage, and I'm a lot better at it because I always have 25 targets. You have 1, you're a fucking scrub, and if you brag about DPS, you're fucking bad, bitch. And trust me, all the people, all the cockheads, all the cocksure people like the shitheads attacking me right now, they love to brag about how good of a DPS they are all the fucking time. Because they're bullshit. They're self-delusional. They didn't live real lives. They don't help anybody. They just eat gear, eat buffs, eat heals, and fucking do bad damage all the time. You know?
Fun. Even
suck dick at raids.
Are fun with world buffs because there's no
fucking beamers indeed. Yeah.
Expectations in dungeons. You can do them as much as you want and it's not a big deal. But when you start to go into a raid, people start becoming more selective.
Why is he Holy Nova? You have Circle of... No, wait, where is this? This is Frostmourne. Why are you Holy Nova? Oh, yeah, because it hits everybody? I guess, yeah. I guess on this fight, Holy Nova would make sense, yeah. I would... Well, you can't stand still, so I guess Holy Nova is his only choice, yeah. I mean, I was like, why not just pain sup yourself and divine him? But I don't know. That's kind of outside the box, you know? Divine him would fix all this. I would probably I would definitely PI and pain sup myself and full divine him for this part. But then you're separated from the raid, which is the problem. You have to run. So I guess the Holy Novas is what she should do. But I don't like it. They're incredibly weak. I mean, it's not weak when you're hitting the entire raid, but...
Per week, you get 1 chance.
Look, you had enough time to divine him there. You should have divine him. Oh, he's a lock. Yeah, never mind.
Per week.
Well, I mean, I knew he was a lock, but I mean, like, it's weird. Like, I can see priests being bad here. I can sense priests being bad here somehow.
Really become more.
I think it's because there's not enough bubbles up. There's not enough bubbles up on this raid, is why. There's 1, 2, 3 priests. I guess, yeah. One of them's Shadow, so...
Because of that. In Phase 4, Blizz, you can't leave water...
I guess so, but, I mean, look, it's 3 Paladins and 2 Priests. I don't see enough bubbles here for 3 Paladins and 2 Priests, and I think you're bad.
Keeps blessing in the game.
This is his raid, too. I think he's bad. He does this all day, and I think he's bad. It's one of the reasons why he's not at the top with Method, or he wouldn't need to be on YouTube to make his money. He's actually bad. I'd like to fight him in Arena.
Okay, I'm going to explain this if you don't know what War Chief's Blessing is. So
if you don't know what War Chief's Blessing is, you're on the wrong video.
This is a horde.
You don't need to explain stuff in WoW in 2024, trust me. Even to the kids who just started playing and know what it is.
You have to go and kill Ren Blackhand in UBRS, and you go hand his head into Thrall, and after you hand it in, 6 seconds later, Thrall says, nice one bro, thanks, and everyone in Orgrimmar and the Crossroad gets a buff, which gives some irrelevant caster stats, as well as 15% melee haste. Now, 15% melee haste is like bonkers.
Insane.
That's half a heroism for an hour, I think it lasts. So obviously, if you're trying to improve your pass or do better on your character, you need to get this. But here's the thing, this is a Horde only buff. Only players tagged as Horde on the faction get it.
I have to go to
However, if you're an Alliance player and you get mind controlled or mind control capped just before the buff goes out whilst being in Crossroads or Orgrimmar, whilst you're mind control, you actually change faction for its duration and you can get this buff. If Blizzard leave this in the game and you're playing a melee class and you care about improving, you are going to have to get this. I don't know if they're going to leave it in or not, but I'm just going to throw out there a solution. There's a quest on the Alliance side. It starts in Western Plaguelands, and it has you go kill Nathanos Blightcaller in EPL. Yeah, the guy that was following around Sylvanas throughout BFA and Shadowlands. He's in Vanilla and he's a skeleton guy. Anyway, you go kill him, you hand his head in at Bolvar Fall Dragon in Stormwind, I believe, and he gives you a quest reward. Idea: after you hand in this quest reward, make him give out a buff called Fall Dragon's Fervor, which gives you some irrelevant caster stats and 15% melee haste. Next thing I have to bring up is regarding consumables, and this kind of goes back to what I was saying about world buffs. It's just the amount...
See, he already talks about buffs all the time. It's because they rely on buffs instead of being good. They're not good. You know, he talks about buffs all the time. I mean, I'll talk about the waste of time that is buffs. If you're truly good, you don't need them.
That you need to have, and the price that it costs feels pretty excessive.
Yeah, because they can see you coming, you're bad. The good people can see you coming, and then they charge you an asshole because you're an asshole. You ride on buffs instead of actually gaining skill.
Consumables that need to
There's this point in my career, right at the end of Heroic Lich King, when we were number 3 on the server, when I realized that I had to get better. Buffs and shit weren't going to carry me, and I stopped buying them back then too. And I did fine. I did fine. I went to top 10 in the world.
Also very punishing to more casual players who may want to just pop a few consumes, but the...
Yeah, I'll pop a potion after a lot of damage, yeah. And I'll put on buffs if you want me to, but I won't ever do it voluntarily,
Approaching Stargate.
No. I don't need shit to carry me. Never have, never will.
Really starts to ramp.
I did when I had a bad computer. So I cared about it a lot back then. I don't care about it now. I don't need some bad computer. I don't need some buff to help me carry through having a bad computer anymore. You know? That's why world buffs were such a big fucking deal back then. Because everybody had bad computers and the frame rates would drop in Nefarian's suppression room. So we would all bust, but you know, we would all bust stam elixirs and stuff. What are they called? Flasks. Stam flasks. So that a suppression room wouldn't kill you. We had like, you know, we would stack. I did a great deal of business selling 10 gold, enchant greater fire rate protection to cloak. Because everybody in the raid was required to have it when they went to Molten Core at BFD. And so I made a lot of money off that. And that's an example of a buff carrying you through standing in fire. Mainly standing in fire.
Feels overly punishing for how...
That's a big buff. 10 extra fire resistance is a big buff against standing in fire or moving through lava. Stuff like that. So, you know, so like you take 1/10 less damage, you know. So...
and easy the game is supposed to be. Obviously in TBC they changed this whole consume meta from practically everything stacking to you having a battle and guardian elixir or a flask, which may be a viable change, but I just wanted to bring this up here too. And last but not least, probably my least favourite thing about raiding in Season of Discovery has to be group-wide buffs. In TBC this was one of the things which I was so glad to see the back of when the expansion was done, but not being in the correct buff group is enormous. If you're a melee DPS and you're missing Battle Shout or Leader of the Pack, Totems, True Shot Aura, that's like missing about 300 attack power and 3% crit. And in some cases it's similar for casters. There's not as much group stacking, but it can matter as well. Also, if you're playing a melee class and you don't manage to get Wind Fury, which is only available from Feral and Alliance, it's legitimately about 30% less DPS. Wind Fury is an absolutely enormous buff. And I played a Rep Pally back in TBC. Sometimes when we were running Zula Man or Akara, occasionally there was a caster stack and I couldn't get Wind Fury, or we just didn't manage to find a Shaman. And holy crap, playing a melee without Wind Fury is literally miserable. I would borderline rather not raid than raid without Wind Fury. It just makes too much of a difference. If there were anything between world buffs, consumables, and group wide buffs that were actually to change though, it may be the group wide buffs, but imagine right, they did change all these things though. So instead of world buffs, you can't have them anymore. You can only have a Guardian or Battle Elixir or a Flask now instead of stacking consumes, and buffs were now raid-wide. Would that be how vanilla raiding is anymore? I don't want to say it would be retail minus, but I think it would be Wrath minus or Kata minus, because we have so many abilities in the game from those expansions now. And ultimately, would we be left with a raiding experience which is better than Wrath or than Kata? Not so sure about that one, if I'm honest. So, I don't know. I think ultimately for a player like me, it's just not kind of what I'm looking for out of raiding. And that if I do them, it'll probably be, oh, I've got some free time, there's a pug here which is going, which I'm going to take a chance on, and I'll see what's up. But in terms of clearing the raids regularly on Season of Discovery, it's probably just not something I'm going to be doing too much.
You can tell people are sick of the bullshit now after Remnant 2 and all these other things like going to Xbox and all this other stuff, right? You can tell the people are fucking sick of the treatment of the triple anus now, like I am. I'm not the only one who's riding this shit anymore, I don't think. You can tell. Like, where did the fucking thing I was just looking at go? Yeah, Monster Hunter World. This game's from 2015. Please stop playing games from 10 years ago. I mean, I'm not one to talk. The only reason I'm playing games from 10 years ago is because all of these suck. Oh god, Stardew Valley's like back down again, which is kind of funny. You can tell people are getting more and more unhappy. They aren't making good games anymore, and it must be nice if you can sit on Counter-Strike, but pff, there's only so much shooting at the T's that you can take, you know. I'm very acutely aware of that. I must have clocked 5,000 hours on Counter-Strike in my teenage years. I definitely did.
This is one of the reasons why I was looking forward to more progression content on Cataclysm, by the way, but
Counter-Strike was the only game we played for like 3 years or something like that.
We'll see how that goes as well. And of course, when I bring up removing world buffs and stuff, people are going to point towards Season of Mastery and say, oh, but you know, they removed things there and that did really poorly. I'm not convinced that was because of world buffs. Season of Mastery came out a bit before Tier 5 did in TBC, and a few months after we'd just completed the whole vanilla journey once again, so it was a bit of a casualty of timing, and world buffs being removed may have discouraged some people, but not a significant number. Another thing worth bringing up in Phase 3 is the raid size. We've moved up from 10 to 20, and Molten Core in Season of Discovery has also been confirmed to be 20 player, but Blizzard have expressed interest in also doing 40 player raiding at some point in time. Do you know why 10 player raiding was made back in the day, back in Wrath of the Lich King, where they split the raid sizes between 10 and 25. They did it for friends and family groups, and 10 player raiding was easier, and it gave worse loot as a result in Wrath, because they just wanted to get some environment.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we're gonna bring 40-mans back when it was originally entirely 40-mans. Why did you ever stop? It's this thing about taking away, it's gated behavior. You take something away, so we're happy with you when you give it back to us. But I mean, the first 5 years of WoW were all 40-man raids.
People could come together and do some easy, chill content. And I feel as though that niche was recreated in Phase 1 and 2. And in Phase 3, they've kind of shattered it a bit. They've gone against that. Now these groups of, 6 or 7 people, they could get a few randoms in, which is fine, but now they'd have to get the majority of the raid group as people they don't really know or haven't played with before, and, obviously you can meet new people in MMORPG, that is part of the game to some extent, but their friend group is now being outnumbered by the amount of people they're having to bring in just so they can see the raid content, and ultimately you may just take your friend group and go elsewhere, go to another game. Yep. There are plenty of other options out there nowadays. It's not just World of Warcraft anymore. And
well, where do I go instead of WoW? Where do I go? Is it Final Fantasy 14? No, that's a bad game. Where do I go? Where do I go?
Warping to
No,
Stargate.
no, Mr. Wow
Warp
Man,
drive
there's nowhere to
active.
go. Where is it? Are you proposing that I go to 14 or ESO? I think going to Rust is valid, maybe. Going to like Fallout 76 is valid, yeah.
Autopilot
Those
jumping.
are new game, like newish games, but no, there really isn't too much place to go, dude. Where Guild Wars 2?
Raiding, like
You tripping? There's nowhere to go, and that's why they're so unhappy. That's why these numbers are so fucky. I can see that my fellow gamers are unhappy because they're all attacking each other now. And I've never ever was the target of abuse until this shitty generation. I went 20 fucking years and I never had anybody even remotely target me. Not even 20 solid years, right? And then in my 21st year, I finally got my first one. You know. What the fuck, when I started streaming, but I have never been bullied like I have now. It's because they're unhappy. The games are bad. They're bored. If they were busy gaming, they wouldn't have any time to harass me. They're bored, so they're harassing me because they're pieces of worthless shit. You know.
Like I've already said, I'm probably not going to
They're harassing me because they're bored. If they had a good game, they would not have the time to fucking harass me.
be raiding on Season of Discovery all
They don't have lives and they don't have good games, so of course they're harassing me. They don't have a life. Harassing me is their life because they don't have a life.
that much, but
You didn't give them a good game to play, you know.
I just can't see
It's
that being
true.
a good idea in any possible imaginable way. It feels like 40-player raiding was one of those relics from back in the day which was tried out, but it was dropped for a reason.
Yep.
Just like ranking, just like these scenario reps should have been. And that these days people will prefer smaller group sizes. Saying that, it's an experimental server.
No, I prefer
so
large
do an
public raids
experiment.
are the
Do
future.
10 and 20.
Don't listen to this
Or
idiot.
10 and 25, whatever it may be.
He's too negative.
Give people the choice.
I
Let them
prefer
choose.
public
See
raids.
what people
New
say in the
World had
forums and then see what
successful
people
ECRs.
actually do
Public
in
raids are
game.
fine.
Which one's more
Watch,
popular?
Throne of Liberty
I can
will
almost
will
guarantee
survive
you
because
that
of
10
public
man is going to
raids.
be a
Public raiding is amazing.
lot more popular, and you'll probably realise that's the way to go going forwards. But ultimately, just test it out and see what happens if that's possible. Oh, and in regards to flex raiding, in case you're wondering about that, Blizzard did say it would be difficult to do, so I don't know if that's going to be on the table, but if there's a choice to be made here, maybe that will be worth doing. Again, experimental server, so why not? Next up, I want to talk a little bit about class balance and how things have gone so far in Season of Discovery. First up, I want to bring up a point which I feel as though nobody has really mentioned. But assuming next phase bosses in raids go from a hidden level of +3 from +2, which they are at the moment, that's going to change quite a few things. So as we already know, all melee classes will have access to +5 weapon skill in a weapon of their choice, or 2 weapons I should say, as part of a new quest. So whatever melee class you're playing, you're going to be able to get this bonus. We have this confirmed. What this means is, in practice, your hit chance needed on special attacks goes down from 9% to 6%, which is very easily achievable. And I even believe it suppresses the innate 1% miss chance on all attacks in the game. I'm not 100% on that one though. On top of that, in vanilla, when you melee an enemy 3 levels above you, you have a 40% chance to cause a glancing blow, which reduces the damage of that attack by 35%. With +5 weapon skill, that damage penalty is lowered to 15%. So every melee spec in the game will be able to get 3% hit for free, as well as a 20% reduction on the damage penalty of glancing blows. This, by the way, was why weapon skill was a huge deal in vanilla. For casters, however, when bosses are moved back to having an invisible combat level of +3 instead of 2, that is going to be a bit more harsh on them, mainly because your hit count will go from 5% to 16% against those enemies. And as we currently are, and with the gear which we know that exists, only Arcane Mage, Shadow Priest, Affliction Lock, maybe Frostfire Mage would be actually capable of hitting their hit cap. So basically Blizzard needs to juice up caster gear super hard next phase, or maybe have some aura wide buff in the raid to offset this. And that's before we even get into spell immunities or resists or anything like that. I mean, when you shoot a fireball at a fire elemental, they're immune, but if you're a warrior in full leather gear just meleeing them, that's completely fine. Why? I don't know. I think warriors should have to equip full fire resist, or when they melee a fire elemental, they have a chance to drop their weapon and become disarmed because it's too hot. That seems RPG friendly to me. While we're on the topic of casters versus melee, because you know I love the subject, can casting talents which prevent spell knockback be extended to spell schools instead of certain abilities? Because some classes can't avoid spell knockback, such as Elemental Shaman, Shadow Priest, Arcane Mage and Arcane Blast, Destruction Lock on Shadow Bolt or Incinerate, and so on. Boomkin's got spell knockback prevention through the Eclipse rune on Wrath as well as Starfire. No one was complaining about that. I'm just saying it's not very fun to get consistently knocked back, and there's nothing you can do about it. And Blizzard have historically agreed with this, by the way. Do you remember in TBC Classic, the Muro encounter? In Phase 2, he's meant to hit everyone around him with these sort of shadow volleys, which back in the day would knock back your spellcasts and make spellcasters very difficult to bring to that boss. In TBC Classic, they just removed this interaction so it didn't do that anymore. Now I know Muru's a bit of a difficult boss, which may have been hard to do without an optimal comp compared to Season of Discovery raiding, which is a lot easier, but I think the overall problem is spell knockback just isn't very fun when there's nothing you can do about it. Next up we have warriors. So recently Agrend mentioned the idea of normalizing rage, or that they would have possibly experimented with it, but I think the rage mechanic in vanilla is just kind of inherently really broken, and warriors are either in this state where they're absolute god tier in raids with all the buffs, or they're out of raid and they're feeling generally weak. I mean, if you're a warrior player and you're saying, I can't believe people are complaining about warriors were only good in raids, yeah, this is why they put rage normalization in the game, to make...
They know they don't like Asmongold, I swear to God. Like, Blizzard is really, like actually the breast milk, they're like, you know, they're milk drinkers. They actually are. They're like I've seen them talk. They like, when you hear them talk, you can understand that they're kind of like this frat culture people. They think it's funny when somebody gets punished or shown up or whatever. They're like catty people, you know. I've seen them act. I've seen them. But they don't do this in public. But we've all heard the stories though of what they're like behind closed doors, right? Where they can actually be honest with each other and stuff. And yeah, they're like extremely catty people. And yeah, I swear to God, Asmongold bitched about Warriors so much that I'm sure he pissed off whoever their main dev is. So they just nerfed Warrior into the ground. Because I swear to God, they actually really dislike Asmongold. I think they do.
A bit more.
They definitely have banned him a bunch of times.
A parity across the board as to you
and
just not being
because
super
without
powerful.
Asmongold, they'd be dead. They shouldn't do that. I'm not saying that Asmongold is the only reason why Blizzard's still alive. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying without him, they'd be dead. Without him, they'd be dead. If he hadn't backed WoW to like in the last 8 years, WoW would be dead. Like I'm serious. Like it's the same true. Like when CCP Trash Panda came in and asked me like what to do about the future, I was like, well, Twitch rivals, and he was like, why? And I was like, well, because, you know, look at what Rust did with your guys' like fucking gameplay loop. I mean, Rust is just Eve with guns, you know, and like a real world instead of space. And Eve is actually a good game. Rust is not. And so like, you know, I mean, it is a good game, but it's also bad. It's full of terrible people, so it becomes a bad game. Rust is a great game until the terrible people get a hold of it. Then it becomes a bad game. You know, and that's the problem with it. And so Asmongold kept the interest in WoW going. That hardcore Season of Discovery thing never would have been what it was, and I wouldn't have been watching like all day, like Asmongold all day for months or whatever, like I did last year when hardcore hit, if I didn't think that it wasn't good that WoW got its revival. But I mean, thank you for Asmongold keeping hardcore alive, watching all those hardcore fail videos, and keeping WoW big, was to nerf Warrior. And I think they did it on purpose.
At one point in time and feeling kind of weak the rest. They brought the weak up and they brought this super good down. Then again, there would be complications around normalizing rage, and the basics of normalizing rage is you gain a set amount of rage when you attack, instead of how it works in vanilla, where the more damage you deal, the more rage you generate. Because in Kata, when rage was normal,
the MMO lifestyle is actually sitting here watching videos, getting money on the games that I already play, building bases and getting XP on the games that I already play, while we wait for a good game to come. And I think the likelihood each day that passes that when a good game doesn't come, that it'll never come.
We didn't have stuff like...
I think we might have the Great Reset or the Great Civil War or the Great World War or whatever the fuck, right? Before they actually release another good MMORPG. It's actually kind of nuts. Like, I've kind of given up hope on them making a good game so that the kids stop harassing me and just go fucking do something, you know? Stop harassing me and go do something with your fucking worthless life, you worthless piece of shit.
Like,
I wouldn't say if it wasn't true.
Strike being next attack. It was an instant attack.
Go do something with your life. It's the developer's fault that these kids actually have the time to harass me. It actually is.
Instead.
I don't blame them, honestly. I know why they do what they do. They're so goddamn bored because there's no good games out there that they just waste their time trolling people because there's nothing else to do. I have some sympathy for this. I'm not stupid to why they do what they do. Oh, I disconnected. That's not good. Why? What happened here? IDC. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not streaming right now, but I am recording, so I'm going to go on about my business. It appears I have DC'd. I'm sorry. I guess we just wait until it either reconnects or, well, we'll lose that one, but let's go see if Fallout 76 is still down. I bet it reconnected pretty much immediately. But I'll load, so I'll just kill this entirely. One sec. Go. Now, did Eve disconnect? Yeah, I think Eve disconnects in half. Oh, no, you disconnected me. Nope. That is okay. We disconnect. I have reconnected. I experienced a DC. I'm terribly sorry. I don't know what that was.
And we also didn't have all these...
It's like literally like, I feel like their boredom is an infection of their own minds caused by themselves because they just don't have open minds to all the good games out there. If it's not some shitty competitive shooter that brings them to that fucking rise that they feel all the time. They're like drug addicts, those fucking shooter kids. They're such pieces of shit. They're chasing that addiction way worse than all the drug addicts of the fucking world. And so they come and they abuse anybody or do whatever they want to because they're just, you know, bored. And I can't wait for a real game to come. Counter-Strike 2 is not a real game. I can't wait for a real game to come. Helldivers 2 is not a real game. I want a real game to come so that these kids will leave me the fuck alone and go on with their fucking loser lives and go on about the business of being losers their whole lives and leave me the fuck alone. I have nothing to do with you.
Extra weapon attack effects such as Wind Fury or...
The only time I ever fucking talk shit about you is when you show up and abuse me.
Or Hand of Justice.
I owe you one for what you've done lately, motherfucker. You fucking shitty cocksucking fucking F it.
Which you'll get next phase. Or the Warrior tier set. Or Sword Spec or anything else. I honestly think normalizing rage wouldn't be as disastrous as you think it would be, to be honest, and that more warrior players would benefit than lose out.
It reconnected.
But this
cool.
thing needs some serious internal testing with some big warrior brains who can figure it out. Because as we stand at the moment, warriors in Phase 4 are just going to be unbelievably broken. I don't know how you stop the inevitable from happening now. Next phase, they're going to get some amazing talent, such as 20% bonus crit.
That's the comment for his video. Big warrior brains is an oxymoron. I'm sorry. Oxymoron, right? I'm getting the names mixed up. Oxymoron, right, is something that can't be true. Something that can't be true, right? It's a figure of speech in which apparently contradictory terms appear in conjunction, right? Yeah, I got it right. Yeah, I just got it. It's not that I didn't know the word right or wrong, right? Big warrior brains is an oxymoron.
Damage to everything. They're guaranteed to have +5 weapon skill on any weapon. We've already gone over how good that is. They have the Wrath of the Lich King version of Deep Wounds for reasons unknown, which means Deep Wounds is stacking and refreshing when it's reapplied. And it also double dips from percentage damage increases. So say you have Death Wish active, which is giving you 20% bonus damage. You attack, which does 20% bonus damage, say that crits, and then Deep Wounds applies, and then Deep Wounds also gains 20% bonus damage. It is actually hilariously overpowered, and I don't know why it's in the game, but it is. Top Warriors and Sunken Temple right now are having Deep Wounds ticking between somewhere around 4,000 to 5,000 damage on bosses. Typically in vanilla, Deep Wounds doesn't even do anything because one of your raid's other 20 warriors overwrites the debuff, because there is a debuff cap. But let's say it did tick, it would do around 150 to 200 damage. In Nax Bis, by the way, people were already doing more damage with deep wounds in BFD in Phase 1 than a Biscuit Nax Warrior was in Vanilla. That's the state of this debuff in the game. We also have Heroic Strike queuing, which is another one you might not have heard of. When you have a Heroic Strike queued up on your main hand attack to be your next direct hit, your offhand will gain hit chance as if it was also a special attack, effectively lowering your offhand.
It feels good not to do gardening because then I don't have to go do anything. I didn't know how bad in imposition on my daily time is. This is why I don't have a pet. That's why I don't have a cat. Is even feeding and watering the cat would be an imposition to me right now. My entire focus is my job and my family. That's it. You know, my job and my family and how well they're doing. I help them out every day if I can. And I don't, you know, I don't want something else taking up my fucking time. I think it's my time. I can have my own opinion about it, and I know that I'm not ready to have like a girlfriend or a cat right now. I imagine in a couple of years it'll probably change, but I'm not ready. I need more time to myself. I have not been alone for 41 years or something like that. And I need more time to myself. I do. I really can't remember the last time that I had a house empty like this. It took 2 years for it to even sink into my brain how much I like just having the house to myself and being able to speak without sounding like a crazy man, you know? Kind of thing. Like I talk to myself, right? I've always talked to myself. Even when people are in the house with me, I talk to myself. It's something that I've always done. I don't know why. I was like, I dropped this, or, oh, I forgot my keys. Damn it. You know, and they're like, why are you talking to yourself? I don't know. I just talk to myself. Some people do. Because I like having an empty house because I seem less crazy when I talk to myself, you know? I'm like, oh, I'm tired, or oh, I don't know what I have for dinner, you know? One of the reasons I think I'm such a good streamer is I self-narrate all the time whether people are there or not.
Hit chance from, I think it's 26 or 27% down to 6. So it's basically going to hit and you're going to get more rage, which equals more damage. And of course, warriors scale better the shorter fights get due to the uptime of their buffs, such as flagellation, which is 25%, death witch, which is 20%, and of course recklessness. Speaking of recklessness, this cooldown is kind of unbalanceable. We have the class which scales the best with crits in the entire game and can stack a pretty much infinite debuff through critting, and then you give them 15 seconds of everything crits. Overall though, when we get into phase 4 of Season of Discovery, you're gonna start seeing warriors doing some real big damage. One more thing on Season of Discovery I want to mention, and that's just kind of in regards to scaling in general. So again, this was a video I made towards the start of phase 1 where I said basically casters just aren't going to scale as well as melee because this is how vanilla works.
Because melee doesn't need mana. I mean, it uses rage and energy, but it doesn't really need mana.
I've played this game.
Mana doesn't regenerate. Rage and energy does.
Before. So in phase 1, bosses in raid didn't have a lot of armor and physical damage dealers dealt the most damage. Then in phase 2, they put loads of armor on bosses and casters did more damage. And now it's melee's turn again in phase 3 because they can reduce a lot of armor on bosses. If we look at a 90th percentile over the last 2 weeks, this pretty much stays consistent.
So, wow, and so now Warrior finally went to the top, which is kind of funny.
With the majority of physical damage dealers doing significantly better than casters on average. And
because, melee doesn't cost mana.
Again, it's just due.
If they didn't buff, the one thing that I would do for Sod is buff Vampiric Embrace. Definitely. Or, I'm sorry, Vampiric Touch. Vampiric Touch.
Due to raw scaling of how stats work in vanilla. Luckily for you, I've done an expert graph to give you an example of why things are this way. So essentially you can see here we have our DPS gain on this axis here, and when you equip stuff with strength and agility,
you double damage. But with Instant Spirit you get nothing, you're still and I've always hated it.
You actually...
I stopped doing it after a while. I stopped healing. I was just like, I do it in Overwatch because they don't charge you any for healing in Overwatch, right? Anywhere else, I'm like, nah, mana pisses me off too bad.
Get damage.
I don't like bullets and I don't like mana.
Because they
all they do is run out. That's it. Because I'm
power.
constantly healing and I'm constantly shooting. About to go do it some more, you know. And ammo is a thing that I think could go to the wayside Same thing as mana.
Crit. The amount of crit you get per agility on a physical class.
Now, mana's good for tabletop games and single-player RPGs. It's super good. It's good for most RPGs, but MMORPG, like, you know, raiding, I don't know. I don't know about that. Running out of mana is really dumb. Did he cast wrong or something?
40 points.
Trying to heal somebody? Did he cast too much trying to heal his main tank? Like, I've never understood mana or ammo.
Per 1%.
Like, you just want to limit us, I guess? Waste our time?
Apart from
Time
rogue,
sink?
that's 30 points.
Time sync us with your ammo? Like, oh man, that Fortnite weapon's got 13 rounds in it. That'll teach these 4 guys that take 55 rounds each.
Per 1%.
Fucking bullet sponge, idiot, worthless piece of shit developers.
And
fucking, I love clowning developers for their fucking retardation right to their fucking face. Because it's like, you know, I hope the developers do see it. Watching you fucking idiots try to struggle while you like try to figure out how to do things is so funny. Like ammo. Oh man, I should run this guy out of ammo again. I should run him out of mana again. Oh man, I should really pop aggro link this guy again.
Classes get
fucking piece of shit, worthless developers.
Attack power, and some classes get attack power.
Like they don't play their own games, or they never would have made the mechanics like that.
From strength as well. When you're a caster and your secondary...
It's Toasted Toad's truth. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true.
Stats are these two, however. This one just doesn't do anything. Like, straight up, it doesn't do anything, basically. It's a bit of mana regeneration, which doesn't matter for a reason I'll get onto it.
Yeah, what int doesn't do anything.
In a moment.
No.
However...
Spirit does, but not much.
Intellect. Casters need about 60 points of intellect per 1% crit. And it also doesn't give spell power in vanilla. So when you equip more intellect, you're getting lots of the extra stat, but it's not...
He's pretty good at repeating what other people have said. I don't like this guy, and I don't want you to... I'm going to unsub. I'm sorry. I don't think you're good at WoW. I'm sorry. So, I want you to come back to where I saw the video originally. I'm sorry, but I've seen a lot of WoW streamers. You're not good. You know? I'm sorry, but you're not. I don't want you to ever recommend that channel again. No. I don't want you to ever...
Then the expansion, Cataclysm is set...
How do I tell you not to ever revise this again? How do I do this? No. Oh, well. I'll find... When I see him next time, I'll just avoid his channel, but... Average, toxic, right-wing boomer, fucking WoW player. Fucking sucks. Spot him a mile away. From the beard and the bad attitude and the negativity and the whole restriction thing. He has some good points, but these are all points that I heard 9-10 years ago out of people like Asmongold. I'm sorry. Here's Waydot with exploring MMOs you never played. There was nothing in that video that was original at all. Not at all. And I don't often do negative reviews, you know? I often don't. I don't often do negative reviews of the people that I listen to. But he left a bad taste in my mouth, so I said something.
ORPGs.
Maybe it was the subject content.
When I say that, what comes to your...
I think it's kind of mean to use his content, I guess, right? So we'll go back to what I was doing here. Nope, you skipped what I watched, and I really don't like that. Can't you be competent and take me back to the video I was just watching? Or should we just, you know, stop paying you money? Be competent, please. Okay, so... We'll give him the like, but we're not giving him the sub. Because we did use the video for entertainment, you know?
Straight up, it doesn't do anything, basically.
But I'm not
it's a
giving
bit
him the
of
sub
mana...
because I don't like him. The whole vibe stinks of upright, uptight, right-wing boomer trying to dictate how bad the game is and negative and all this stuff. And I'm sorry, it's just not my vibe. Get off it. I liked my time in SOD. I don't need to go attack it. Okay, here's Tiananmen Square 2.0. Protesters demand Xi Jinping step down. Kids want better future. Compilation by Business Basics. Business Basics is fast becoming one of my favorites.
This is China.
Shanghai! Shanghai! Shanghai!
Protests are breaking out all over the country against the CCP and their authoritarian rule.
Never.
As the number of protesters grow, the CCP is worried more and more about things getting out of control. Just a few days ago, protests in Shengshao turned violent between authorities and protesters. As of Saturday night, there are protests happening in 13 Chinese cities and around 80 Chinese universities. By the time I finish editing this video, these numbers are likely to be much bigger. According to several experts, this is the most serious moment in China's history since the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989. Because of the threat these protests represent for the CCP, government censors have been
Kind of
quick
started
to
over. I think
this
it kind of
is China.
screwed me on the start there.
Shanghai! Shanghai!
Protests are breaking out all over the country against the CCP and their authoritarian rule. As the number of protesters grow, the CCP is worried more and more about things.
I hope we do this in America. I hope we do this in America. We gotta get these fucking Republican traitors fucking the fuck out of here now. I hope we do this in America. I want the Tiananmen Square. I don't want that January 6th bullshit up there. I want a march that literally dethrones the government without ever firing a fucking shot like what they're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? I want this in America. We got to get these traitor fucking Republicans out of here, and we got to get the democratic rule over with. We got to get the fucking bipartisans done. But mainly, we've got to get the fucking Watergate, 9/11, COVID assholes the fuck out of here, and we can't ever let the Democrats have any more power ever again. You understand? Democrats haven't done anything to us. Republicans have, but they're both incompetent. They're both bad, and I want them out of here now. You know? Like now, you understand me? And like I want this in America now. I don't want gunshots or bombs or anything stupid. These are our fellow Americans. But we have to get this traitor government and all the fucking lackeys that enable it to fucking continue to suck our bloods from fucking ending. I need that to end now. I want this in America very, very badly. I'm sorry, but I do. Your bipartisan system has fucked me in the ass all my fucking life. Time to pull that fucking dick out and shove it down your fucking throat, you piece of shit.
Just a few days ago, protests in Shengshao turned
fucking
violent
my ass my
between
entire
authorities and
life. I'm sick
protesters.
of it. I'm
As of
sick of your
Saturday
war on
night,
drugs.
there are
I'm sick of your
protests
fucking
happening in
bullshit.
13
Wars
Chinese
overseas
cities and around
spending money on
80
fucking
Chinese
people. Oh god, every time that you send another dollar to some other fucking foreign country for some stupid ass religious war or something like that, right? I'm like, Jesus Christ, you know how many Americans I know personally that are on the streets right now? I want to kill you for that. I want to kill you. I won't, but I want to kill you. You know? I want to kill you for that. You gave money to people overseas this year. You won't have a party left after I'm done with you. Either one. Either one. I'm not voting for you ever again. You gave money to people this year after the fentanyl crisis in your own fucking borders. You are some traitors. You need to get out of here. Not the wall or the noose for you. You're my fellow Americans. You can just resign peacefully, or we take your job. Resign peacefully or we take your job. You fucked up this country way too fucking long. Way too long. Way too long. CCP as well, you know. Chinese are not wrong. Those poor people's government have been fucking them in the ass for too long. One child law and all this fucking shit. Fuck the CCP and fuck the American government. They're no different. They're the same fucking rich assholes shoving their fucking dicks up our asses all our lives so we can't sit down anymore without feeling sick after the 40 years of butt rape, you know. And yeah, no. Fuck them. Fuck the Republicans, fuck the Democrats, fuck the CCP, all the same thing. Same cut from the same cloth, same traitors, same fascists, same bullshit. Get them the fuck out of here.
Editing this video, these numbers are likely to be much bigger. According to several
fuck the CCP,
experts,
fuck the bipartisan
this is the
system
most
in America,
serious moment
fuck our
in
leadership.
China's history since the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989.
I'll take war
Because
over
of the
this.
Threat these protests
I don't like
represent
war.
for the
I like
CCP,
this less.
Government censors have been quick
This slow
to block
death.
any and all news of these protests.
This slow death as the rich people kill us in China, in America, Russia, Britain. This slow death while the fucking shitheads of the world step on our necks till we can't breathe. And I use my words very carefully here. And yeah, and I'm fucking sick of it. Get rid of the Democrats, get rid of the Republicans, get rid of the CCP. All tribes, no chiefs. How's that? I'd rather have all tribes, no chiefs than this bullshit, you know? This bullshit is unacceptable. Look at these poor people. They're terrified to fucking death because their government's a fascist entity that they can't control like the American government. No different. Same thing.
from social media. There are signal jammers following the protesters, so they can't post on the internet and communicate with other people. Websites and apps like Weibo and WeChat went dark to stop people from sharing the news about the protests. If there's an off chance that CCP bots may try downvoting this video, I want you guys to take a quick second and hit that like button below. It would help me out a lot. This is the first time ever under President Xi Jinping that Chinese citizens are openly opposing the central government and their rule. This is the first time in a long time people have voiced their opinions against the government, despite what it means for their personal safety.
Good.
You might be wondering,
yep, I don't care anymore. This world that you built, I don't want it. I don't care if you fucking kill me. You understand? I don't care if you fucking kill me for speaking out against you. I don't care. Go right the fuck ahead. The world that you built is worse. Straight worse. You know what I'm saying? We have to fix what you have sullied. I don't have enough fucking turpentine to clean what you have fucking soiled, you shithead fucking leadership. I don't have the turpentine to clean what you have fucking soiled. You understand? It's an apt statement. I could clean for the rest of my life. I still wouldn't be able to get around the dirtiness that you have put us through. You know? Fuck that. So yeah, your time comes. You won't have this time next year, maybe. Either one of you motherfuckers. I think time's coming for all of you. You've been stepping on our necks too fucking long and causing the poor to starve. Fuck you guys. We're done with you. While you sit up there in your fucking McMansions and talk to us about how much better you are than us.
Are so
CCP, step down.
CCP.
U.S. government, step down.
Was a fire.
Step down before we force you to. You have fucked this up for far too fucking long. I see no difference between China and here. I will not hear Republicans talk shit about a Mexico or fucking China. Their countries aren't any better than ours. I will not listen to shithead fucking bigoted Republicans talk shit about either one of those countries. Our country is no fucking better. No better. Ruled by fascists that we don't control. Stop talking shit about them. Their government's horseshit. The people of China and Russia are wonderful. You know it to be true, just like America. America, people are wonderful, government's horseshit. Get them the fuck out of here, fucking deep state billionaire traitors.
People died, and it was all because of the CCP's mismanagement. So before talking,
it's all because of the American government's mismanagement.
For the CCP's rule,
this is because of America.
Back up a little
I know it
bit and
sounds
talk about how
fucking selfish, but it is. It's America's policy that caused this. I could go into it, but I don't have time. We'll talk about it afterwards.
Zero COVID policy of zero COVID.
Yeah. Yep.
There are constant lockdowns and mandatory PCR
Look,
tests.
hey, somebody with 10 times the population with a tenth of the deaths that we have.
In bicycle locks and padlocks just to keep people in.
Electronic magnetic alarms are going to be placed on the front doors of some people in places where they have tested.
Problems started brewing back in March, when China experienced a spike in daily record COVID cases.
But COVID is a hoax, remember? Just shoot up bleach like Daddy Trump says. It's all a China hoax. Come on.
Its utopia-like goal of zero COVID. To achieve this goal, the CCP implemented zero COVID restrictions to stop the spread. If there was even just a single positive COVID case, the CCP would lock down millions of people, shut down thousands of businesses, and implement excessive mass testing. Doing all this basically crippled people's daily lives. But that didn't matter to President Xi Jinping. The government was dealing with COVID as if it was still 2019, all while the rest of the world has moved on. When I say lockdown, I don't mean like a normal lockdown. No. Just like anything the CCP does, this was forceful. Apartment buildings were locked from the outside so people couldn't leave. Neighborhoods were barricaded. And if there was any suspicion of someone having COVID, they were forcefully removed from their family and quarantined in a very much jail cell-looking facility. Even infants and toddlers were not an exception to this rule. Yes, you heard that right. The CCP would actually separate kids from their parents and put them in a quarantine facility. Turns out all of these very forceful policies are now what is coming back to bite the CCP. But we'll get into that in just a second.
In one of the world's richest cities, residents scream, "Give us food." Last week, they were so hungry they ransacked a grocery store.
The world's third largest city remains in lockdown.
25 million residents ordered confined to their homes.
They're using bicycle locks and padlocks just to keep people in.
You're shut in? There's like a paper barrier keeping you from exiting, going to the food market?
I can't go outside that door. There's a seal.
In this apartment complex, a woman screams, "We are starving to death."
It's straight out of a dystopian sci-fi movie. Some people are
We're
yelling
starving
out,
to death, America.
"We're starving."
Initially, it was an inconvenience for citizens, since they've learned to let the government overreach slide, just as long as the CCP achieves their goals that improve Chinese citizens' lives. Now remember, that's the most important part. As long as the CCP achieves its goal. The goal of these lockdowns was to kill COVID, achieve a zero COVID target set by President Xi Jinping. But as the days passed, then the weeks passed, then months passed, it didn't seem like the CCP was getting any closer to achieving
he
the goal.
one-shot me.
In fact, the COVID cases just kept spiking.
Damn one-shots.
You can feel that Chinese citizens were getting tired of giving up their lives for something that doesn't seem to be working. Slowly, a movement started brewing. Social media
get rid of
posts
these
started
fucking
circulating
parasite
about how
governments who
lockdowns
shit on
just
us all
don't
day.
work.
Big movement.
People want their lives back. Worse yet,
More like
posts about
common
people
sense.
dying because of these
It's called
lockdown
common
measures
sense. It's not
started
a
picking
movement.
up steam like wildfire. On November 3rd, a 3-year-old boy died in his father's hands after a gas leak because a COVID worker wouldn't let them leave the apartment complex to seek treatment for the child. The delay proved fatal for the kid whose whole life consisted of lockdown and pandemic. This caused a massive uproar on Chinese social media, before posts were quickly taken down to contain the crisis. Then there was another huge protest at Apple's Foxconn facility. And you guessed it, it was because of lockdown measures. Foxconn had its workers working in this closed-loop management system, where workers would work, live, and sleep in the factories. They were allowed no outside contact at all. As workers slowly got sick of all this, protests broke out and the news reached the international media. Things got so out of hand that there were violent clashes between the workers and the police. Unfortunately, I can't show all the clips because of the YouTube community guidelines, but here are just some of the clips to give you an idea. If you want more news, clips like this, be sure to follow me on Twitter, as I share things there a lot quicker and more openly.
China, news of the protests is censored, but internationally the optics aren't good. Critics say Apple has put itself in a difficult situation with an extreme dependence on China as a manufacturer and as a consumer market.
You can probably tell by now protests are picking up. But until now, they were still under control. Until the fire in Urumqi. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. This is what gave rise to the protests across the nation. This is what led to people chanting in the streets against the CCP and Xi Jinping. This is why current events are considered the most serious moment in China's history since Tiananmen Square.
Media footage from China appears to show people in the western city of Urumqi protesting against COVID restrictions. This is after a fire in a block of flats killed 10 people.
According to state media, the cause of the fire was a short circuit in the electrical panel.
Came after an apartment block fire killed 10 people.
Urumqi officials denied that COVID measures had hampered escape and rescue, but said they would investigate further.
On November 24th, 8:35 p.m., a building under this zero COVID lockdown caught on fire. Residents of the building had been locked in for more than 3 months. And when the fire started, they couldn't get out because the doors were most likely locked from the outside. On top of that, the fire department was unable to get into the compound of the building for 3 hours after the fire started because the compound was barricaded so people couldn't leave. In this clip, you can see the fire department trying to put out the fire, but water couldn't reach the building because they were so far away. It's just sad. The fire resulted in 10 people dead, including 3 children, and left 9 more hospitalized. As the news of the fire spread through the nation, protests broke out across the country. Officials tried blaming the fire victims for their deaths. They
it's your
claimed
fault you
that the
burned.
victims were not strong
You
enough
should've
to
ran
save themselves.
when we burned you.
While the
When-
people
when we burned you,
blamed
you
the
should've ran.
CCP and its strict COVID policy for the
like
deaths.
the people that burned to death in Trump's tower when he didn't put any sprinklers in the entire Trump's tower. 3 people burned to death there, right there, residents in his own tower, renting from him, burned to death. They don't ever talk about that, but it's true. Go Google it. You know what I'm saying? When Trump burns you to death by not putting sprinklers in your fucking building, it's your fault when you don't run. It is.
Started in Urumqi, which is in Xinjiang. Crowds took to the streets on Friday night in Urumqi, chanting "End the lockdown" and pumping their fists in the air. Video showed people in a plaza singing China's national anthem with its lyric, "Rise up, those who refuse to be slaves," while others shouted that they wanted to be released from lockdowns. This kind of uprising is rare in these regions, where authorities in 2017 launched a security clampdown that forced more than 1 million of the region's Uyghur, Kazakh, and other mostly Muslim peoples into re-education programs. Shanghai was another region where massive protests took place. Late on Saturday night, hundreds of residents gathered for a candlelight vigil on Urumqi Road to mourn the victims of the fire. This was captured on videos widely circulated and promptly censored on Chinese social media. By the way, another reminder to please give this video a like, just in case any bots are trying to suppress the news. People also chanted, "We need human rights. We need freedom,"
says that a lot.
while also calling for Xi Jinping and the Communist Party to step down. The crowd also chanted, "We don't want COVID tests, we want freedom. And we don't want a dictatorship, we want democracy."
Yep. I just, when you decide to burn me to death, I want a little bit of say in it. I just shouldn't be the bodies in the tower after you burn the Trump Tower. I should have some say in that first. I understand that you have money, so you get to dictate how the world goes, but I should have some say in it. When you burn my country, I should have some say in it. No dictatorship. I don't want this American dictatorship anymore. I stand with China.
Then, in the early morning,
I'm saying I don't want TCP dictatorship anymore. I stand with the people of China. I stand with the people of America. I stand against the governments of China, America, and Russia, Britain, Germany, Australia, Canada, Mexico. Pretty much the known leadership in the world is what is wrong with the world. All tribes, no chiefs, etc. Get the traitors the fuck out of here, etc. No violence or death. We don't want to kill you. We want you to resign peacefully and let the world return to some kind of state of healing. Get your child sex cabal out of our deep state, etc. Get out of here.
rows of police officers, who were initially just observing, started to move in and push
Oh, it doesn't
the crowd
exist.
back,
No such thing.
dividing them.
No such
This
thing.
sparked a
As Jeffrey
tense
Epstein.
face-off between
Jeffrey
the
Epstein
police
doesn't
and the
exist. You
protesters.
dreamed it up,
According
conspiracy
to a
theorist.
CNN report, several people were arrested and taken into police custody shortly after. Several were also taken behind police lines. Numerous videos showed hundreds of people at an intersection shouting, "Release the people,"
Release
in a
them or we'll
demand for the
kill
police
you.
to free
Yep.
the detained
Or
demonstrators.
we'll just kill you. Yep.
Even in Beijing,
Let the people go.
protests are picking
Let my
up
people
too.
go.
People
Open
are
those.
shouting,
Open
"No
every prison
nucleic
in America and let every single non-violent drug offender out of our prisons and save this country. You fucking traitors! Get your boots off of our fucking necks now.
Testing, we want food to eat. No lockdowns, we want freedom.
Freedom.
No lies, we want dignity.
Yep.
No cultural revolution, we want reform.
Yep.
No dictatorial leaders, we
Reform.
want elections.
Yep,
No
me too.
slaves, we want to be citizens.
Yep.
Even as I'm writing
view
this
America
script,
no
there's
different.
news of the Chinese police
No
targeting journalists if they are caught recording videos on their phones. The CCP is also kicking out foreign reporters to limit the information that gets out of China about this situation. Many of these protests have broken out on university campuses, which are particularly politically sensitive to the Communist Party, given the history of the student-led Tiananmen Square protests in 1989. As of writing this script, there are over 70 universities where protests have taken place against COVID controls. In my opinion, the most notable one being Tsinghua University, which is a top-tier university in China, and also Xi Jinping's alma mater. There, the students chanted, "We need democracy. We need rule of law. We want freedom of expression." It seems like protests are picking up by the second. This is a very important story in China's history, and it's moving pretty fast. This is probably one of the fastest videos we have ever put together. The chances of another pandemic coming are low, but that doesn't mean that YouTube is not growing. In fact, YouTube just overtook Netflix in terms of how much time people spent on their TVs. And that's just television. Imagine how much time people are watching YouTube if you combine TV, phones, and computers. If you're waiting on a sign to start a channel, well, this may be the perfect one. And if you are looking to learn how people grow on YouTube in 2024, like this guy who got millions of views in just 2 months after starting, then I have the solution for you.
Yeah, when with clickbaits, it's clickbait titles. You know, clickbait titles. Yeah, it's called clickbait. It sucks dick. Don't do it, kids.
We are opening up the waitlist.
It's a big secret how they do this. Yeah, that he's selling. Yeah, with his wait list and all this. No. Just understand the clickbait sells, kids, which is why I don't do it.
For our first ever YouTube Basic Academy cohort.
I tell you exactly what
games
I'm
share
playing.
The secrets we
I
have
don't make
learned
some
about
statement
uploading
about
for years
somebody
on
or
YouTube.
something.
We also share how we're able to start channels in completely different niches and scale them to millions of views in just a few months.
Clickbait in those genres.
We will also have
if you
live
clickbait in
Q&As,
all the genres, you'll be
community
rich.
where everyone can interact and learn from each other, and much more.
It's so
if you want
good.
information on the cohort, then just click on the link in the description or scan the QR code that's on the screen right now. You can also sign up for the waitlist there. Xi Jinping visited Saudi Arabia on December 9th. The rumored goal of the visit was to convince the Saudi Crown Prince to ditch the USA as an ally and join China's plan to dismantle the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. You see, this visit, and many others, are all part of the CCP's plan to become the world's strongest superpower, and the only way the CCP achieves that goal is by dethroning the dollar from its status as the world's strongest currency. So in today's video, let's go over why the CCP hates the dollar's power and how it plans to strip it away.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has arrived in Saudi Arabia. Since President Xi arrived, the Saudi energy minister has been speaking. What has he been saying?
You have to remember, this is a way of Saudi Arabia seeking new alliances with other countries outside of the United States.
Chinese President Xi Jinping wants oil-producing nations to stop using the US dollar in their sales to China. It's part of a campaign to de-dollarize the world economy.
For us to truly understand why the dollar is so powerful, we have to back up a little bit and look at how the dollar became the world's reserve currency. Back before World War I, the British pound was the world's reserve currency, as they were the strongest economy, and they had the most gold. Currencies were basically all backed up by gold at this time. But World Wars I and II destroyed the UK's economy, and most European countries' economies, all while the US economy had massive growth during this period, and was able to accumulate massive amounts of gold, as you can see from this chart. At one point after World War II, the US had more than 3/4 of the world's gold reserves. This gave massive leverage to the USA government. So the government used this leverage to gather all the major countries at the Bretton Woods Conference, and got a lot of them to agree to peg their currency to the US dollar, and the US dollar was then pegged to gold. Now, a lot of people point to this event in history and claim that the US dollar got its place as a world reserve currency by taking advantage of other countries that were struggling economically after the 2 world wars. Which, I mean, this is just not true at all. Alright, let me explain. These countries didn't sign the Bretton Woods Agreement because they were forced to. No. They signed this agreement because it was in their best interest to do so. The US was the strongest economy, which meant that it was the most stable one. So countries felt extremely comfortable pegging their currency to the US dollar. Once countries pegged their currency to dollars, the stability that came with it made it easier for businesses to trade across borders, which in turn helped these countries rebuild faster after the war. On top of that, the Bretton Woods Agreement also created the International Monetary Fund, or the IMF, and the World Bank. The IMF's job is to monitor the exchange rates of all currencies and help countries maintain their peg to the US dollar. The World Bank, on the other hand, actually loaned money to countries to help them with post-war recovery efforts. As you can see now, the US played a big part in helping countries recover from the world wars, and that's why these countries accepted the Bretton Woods Agreement. Now, this agreement was great to help countries recover from the war, and part of the Bretton Woods infrastructure still remains today. But as the United States started spending more and more on domestic programs and foreign wars, everyone realized that this peg to gold...
Yeah, it turns out that all of our money is gone when they take us to, foreign wars. All of our money, that's our money. It's gone, totally gone. And it's gone. Every time they go to war, we lose a lot of money, This is something that the public doesn't seem to grasp really bad, which is why they seem to be so pro-war. But yeah, every time we go to war, everybody's broke for 50 years. Did you guys understand that? Is that too foreign of a concept for you? As in, you can't afford to feed your kids for 50 years? You seem to really want all these foreign wars overseas, and you seem to really be gung-ho to fucking, green light that Patriot Act or whatever. But I mean, in the end, all that's really doing is starving your kids. Congratulations, you succeeded. Good job. Good attitude towards war there. Great. Oh, you're so Semper Fi. You want to go over there to Afghanistan or whatever the fuck with your pro-right-wing fucking politics, the pro-war bullshit. But nah, what it really is dropping bombs on mommy's house and, starving.
Unsustainable for the long term. That's why, in 1971, U.S. President Richard Nixon put a temporary pause on dollar redemption for gold. And that pause was never lifted.
Yep.
Thus taking the dollar off the gold standard.
We must protect the position of the American dollar as a pillar of monetary stability around the world. Accordingly, I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary.
I love this dude. He's such a good fucking streamer. Business Basics, fucking huge. It's astronomical. He's so good.
The dollar, I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets.
Now, the United States was still the strongest economy, but for the US dollar to still be the world's reserve currency, there needs to be a lot of demand for their currency, so that market price is always at a fair value. Otherwise, any big transaction would move the price too much and make things even more complicated for international trade. So instead of creating demand through gold, the US government decided to create demand through oil, which one can argue may be more valuable than gold in the modern economy. Another thing that's really valuable to me is you guys...
Gold is, I mean, how much for an ounce of gold, right? In New York, right? 2,426 per ounce, right? I don't know what a barrel of oil is, but I believe it's like $100 or I don't know. How much is a barrel of oil? U.S. liquid gallon is $42 a gallon. Oh no, it's 80. A WTI crude charges $80 for a barrel of oil. So I don't know. Gold is still worth more. But yeah, it's getting there.
Every like signals to YouTube that this is a good video and it should be recommended to more people. So please, hit that
the World Wars from America's perspective. Nice.
The traces of black gold in the Valley of Oil lured English oil investors to the remote and barren karst mountain range. String heat, lack of water, and the hostility of the local nomads couldn't discourage the oil pioneers.
During World War II, demand for oil skyrockets, and the resource becomes a major international issue. At the end of the war, the United States signs an alliance with Saudi Arabia, guaranteeing security of the country in return for privileged access to its oil.
Indeed, oil has been and continues to be the world's most sought-after commodity, which seems to have a limitless number of uses.
World War II proved to every nation how important oil is going to be in the future. The Saudis found that they were sitting atop the world's biggest oil field. Talk about hitting the jackpot. After World War II, things got a little messy in the Middle East. Here's a list of the wars that happened in the Middle East between 1945 and 1970. You kind of have to scroll to see the complete list. It's a lot. So because of this, the Saudi monarchy felt a little uneasy and decided to strike a deal with the strongest military in the world, the United States. In 1974, the Saudis agreed to sell oil only in US dollars, and in return, the US promised to supply them with weapons and guarantee their safety. Following the Saudis' decision, all the OPEC nations decided to trade oil in dollars as well. As I have covered in previous videos, OPEC is one of the world's biggest oil producers, and as demand for oil grew in the coming decades, the demand for the dollar grew with it. Here you can see the massive growth in the world's oil consumption. Most of this oil was being bought in dollars. That means these countries need to buy dollars and keep them in their reserves to make sure they can always buy oil for their citizens. Here you can see that the dollar is, by far, the biggest foreign reserve held by countries around the world. This comes with its own benefits for the United States that I'll cover in just a minute, but first, let's go to the second part of that Saudi-US deal that had a huge effect on our economy. When the Saudis agreed to sell oil in US dollars, they also agreed to something else. Something I don't see other people focus on that much, but I think it's just as important. The Saudi crown agreed to hold its excess profits from the oil sales in US treasuries. And slowly, it wasn't just Saudi Arabia, but most countries were holding their excess reserves in US treasuries. This meant that the Saudi-US deal didn't just increase the demand for dollars, but also increased the demand for US debt securities. So the US government is easily able to raise debt whenever needed because of this high demand. This debt has been a huge reason behind the massive economic growth over the past few decades. Now, as you can already tell, having the dollar as the world's reserve currency has helped us tremendously. But the benefits don't just stop at a domestic level. It also gives the US a huge leverage internationally.
White House deliver as promised swift and severe economic sanctions last week, targeting Russian banks, targeting oligarchs, trying to move to limit their access to that SWIFT system.
It's all happening under the Global Magnitsky Act, which gives the president full authority to sanction human rights offenders.
The U.S. has taken a myriad of steps to restrict the supplies of advanced computer chips to China, not just from the U.S., but from allied nations as well.
Since there's so much demand for the dollar is the most stable currency. This has helped more and more countries adopt it for trade as well. But if any country ever gets too unfriendly with the USA, like, say, Iran, North Korea, or Russia, the US is just able to impose sanctions on them and basically cut them off from the global financial system. Also, since a lot of countries hold most of their reserves within US treasuries, the US is able to freeze their reserves like they did in the case of Russia after it invaded Ukraine. The power of the US dollar is very far-reaching, and any bank in any corner of the world has to follow US rules if they want to stay in the financial sector. Now, I'm not going to cover every way that the government can use the dollar's power, but hopefully you guys get the point. The dollar as a reserve currency is extremely beneficial for us domestically, and gives the government massive leverage internationally. Now, this is the kind of power China would like to wield for their own country. That way they can grow their power and influence even quicker. Luckily for China, there are many other countries who aren't too comfortable with the dollar having that kind of power over them. So, China has been trying to push trade in its own currency, the yuan, to gain more of a leverage on the world stage. After Western sanctions on Russia, China and Russia trade has mostly been in yuan. China is also using its loans to developing countries as a way to push them to use the yuan for trade. I have covered extensively how the CCP uses sharkish loans to developing nations as a way to gain power over them. You can check that out by watching this video. Now, China is using the same leverage to increase the use of the yuan. China is requiring countries to pay back loans in yuan. This can be effective, if successful, because there are currently over 140 countries in China's Belt and Road Initiative. And if they all agree to use the yuan more, it can definitely give the currency more stability. China is also the world's biggest exporter, meaning that countries are buying stuff from China. Here's a map of all the countries that currently import most of their goods from China. If the CCP is able to convince even a fraction of these countries to switch to the yuan for trade, it can have big implications for the dollar's status.
Chinese President Xi Jinping arrived in Saudi Arabia on Wednesday. And what was on the agenda? To break the long-time US dominance in the region.
China will also make full use of the Shanghai Petroleum and National Gas Exchange as a platform to carry out yuan settlement of oil and gas trade.
The visit is Xi's first to the kingdom in 6 years. The two countries affirmed their ties and signed a series of strategic deals.
And that is what Xi Jinping wants to achieve from his trip to Saudi Arabia. If you've seen my previous video on Saudi Arabia, then you know that US-Saudi relations have been a little rocky recently. I highly recommend you check it out, but here's a quick recap. President Biden visited the Crown Prince to get assurance that OPEC won't cut oil production and push up the price of oil. It seemed that that trip worked. But then, out of nowhere, OPEC announced a major cut in oil production right before the midterms. That's because the Saudis are not too happy with the US pulling out of Afghanistan and getting too friendly with Iran, plus many more issues. After the oil production cuts, Biden claimed that there will be consequences for Saudi Arabia for cutting oil production during a sensitive time in the world economy. The talks about passing the NOPEC bill also picked up, where the US would be able to sue leaders of oil-producing nations in the OPEC cartel. Of course, the Saudis were not too happy with all of this, so they floated the idea of maybe selling their oil in a currency that's not the dollar. And this is where Xi Jinping comes in. Saudis have previously shown interest in accepting the yuan instead of the dollar. And if Xi Jinping can convince them, then it could be a huge deal in China's effort to dismantle the dollar's power. Now, I'm writing this script at 2 a.m. the day before the trip has happened. But by the time I finish editing this video, I'm sure the trip will be done. Currently, I don't know what's going to come out of this trip, but I'm sure you guys are wondering, if Xi Jinping is successful, does that mean China will have the world's new reserve currency? Well, no. Let me explain. There are a lot of countries who are not comfortable with the US having so much power over them, and rightfully so. But this is not because they hate the US in particular. No. They just don't want any other country having power over them.
No, and I wouldn't
think
either.
about it. It's human nature to feel uneasy when someone else has so much
I don't want the
control
American
over your...
government swaying anything the Brits or Germans or Russians or China's do. The only thing I want the American government to worry about is the American people. Is that hard? Is that hard for your stupid little idiot Republican brain? I think it is. But I really don't give two shits about the rest of the world. I don't want you to stop doing it until every last American is well-fed, well-hungered, full stats, good education, good homes, all that other stuff. I don't care about wars overseas, don't care about Afghanistan or Israeli or China or Israel or China or Hamas or any of this other shit. I don't care about all the bullshit that you always sold all the other idiots. I'm not swallowing your lie anymore. Until you take care of the Americans at home, I won't vote for you. Until you end that war on drugs, I won't vote for you. And I'm 100% sure, I promise this, I will not vote for you. I'll not vote for either party till you fucking actually start fixing the problems and stuff. And the first step would be to step down, maybe. Open up a nice 6 or 8 holes. 6 holes, I would say. You need to open up 6 holes for the right and the left. There is extreme to moderate to low-level Republicans. There are extreme to moderate to low-level Democrats and everything in between, right? And and so that would warrant at least 6 parties in this country, not your shitty 2 that try to comprise 6 different entities and all this, right? I have seen political divisions in this country in the last 4 years between the middle, the left, the right, and in every version of all of it. And I think all of those need their own parties, just like every other country. Get your bipartisan horse shit the fuck out of here. I don't care about the elephant and the jackass. I hope they fucking choke on a dick and die. Don't care about either one. go ahead and die. I'd be okay with both Biden and Trump dying tonight in a big old blast, killing wherever they are. If a bomb hit New York or Washington D.C. today and killed all of our leadership, I'd be like, oh good, we've got a chance.
Future. That's the case.
We've got a chance. Finally,
so let's say
what we did with that chance would dictate the future of America. But I mean, yeah, if all the leadership were to die today, we'd have a chance. That's about what would need to happen. Not die. It doesn't need to be die. I don't want it to be die. It'd be okay if they all just, I'd be okay if they all quit. And there was a big vacuum, and 6 parties came to power and tried to take the new vote and all this, and it was actually a popular vote that, where every single fucking print. And honestly, I think if you're alive in this country, even if you're a 5-year-old, I think your vote counts. I know that you don't want children voting against you as Republicans, but that's what would happen, And so, yeah, I want. If you're alive and you're old enough to understand what a vote is, which is 5 years old, I care what you think. I do. I care what a 5-year-old thinks. I do. I don't care if it's ignorant. I don't care. I don't know why. I think the voting age should be 5, not 18. And I think I do, because I don't understand why children's opinions are discounted. I've never understood that. I've met I don't care if they're ignorant. Their vote counts. They live in this country just like you. Why is it 18? Why is it 21 to drink but 16 to drive? It should be 5 years old to drink and vote if you want. I mean, it would be unwise, but who cares what a kid does, My main thing is, I don't know, man. I think you discount a lot of the people's votes. I think you gerrymander all the time. I think you're crooked. I think the leadership is horseshit. I think the one thing that you don't talk about in Congress is anything that matters.
Doing that doesn't really solve anything. Instead of the US having all this power, now China would have it. And for most countries, they would rather deal with the US having that power than China. The CCP has a long history of manipulating their currency, punishing countries for
the U.S. government has a long history of manipulating their currency. We just heard about how Nixon killed the dollar. Let's see. Oh yeah, CCP's got a long history of this terrible shit. The American government's got a long history of, and let's hear him run the list, right? It's the same exact shit. It's the world governments that are a problem. Kill them. Or not, don't kill them, but kill their leadership. Get them out of here. I don't want them dead. I want them to quit. They didn't do a good job. I want them to voluntarily quit so we can step in and let some kids run this country. I'm fucking sick. I'm sick of the adults doing it. You guys aren't doing good. I want a 20-year-old kid running this country. I don't give 2 shits about your dinosaur diaper wearing fucking efforts. Don't care about them. They ruined the country long enough.
Their actions and overall being opaque with their plans for the future.
Yeah, what are you guys doing? We have no idea what you're doing. Our own government, we have no clue what they're doing. No clue. Why did Joe Biden send so much money to Israel? I'm all for supporting both the Jewish and Palestine cause, but not for doing that while we have Americans dying in the streets of poverty. I don't recall being asked, which to me indicates a rogue government. Just like when they dropped the bomb on Hiroshima, my parents never would have got behind that. Never, ever, ever, ever. But the American government did it anyways, just like they do giving money to fucking hookers overseas. Are you paying these hoes overseas again? Are you paying hoes overseas when we got fucking hoes at home? Please stop paying hoes overseas. I'm sorry. I know you got a Captain Save-A-Ho complex as the American government. You're being blackmailed by all the other world governments to help them. I understand, that the prison project sank you, and now they know that what underage hookers that you sleep with, and that time that Trump and Bill Gates showed up in Jeffrey's Black Book. But that aside, I actually really need to know full transparency. And these days, I literally want glass walls on the American governmental houses. And I think any American should be able to, by rights, walk into those fucking rooms and ask those people what they're doing and get a straight answer too. You know what I'm saying? I think this opaqueness is what has destroyed us. And I think it is the American government that led to teach the rest of the world how to act like this. I think we brought Hans Scharf and all the Nazis back home to America right after World War II because we did. We brought most of the major Nazi luminaries right home to teach all of our police entities how to act, how to interrogate people, how to bust into meth labs and, storm places and all this, like the stormtroopers and the SS and the Nazis. That's where we learned all that stuff. We brought all the Nazi people over here. We had them train our government. Now we're Nazi, now we're Nazi, I would say. I don't really see the difference between the SS in 1942 and the American cops in 2024. I don't really see a difference. Sorry, I don't. So get you the fuck out of here now, traitors. And you don't need to die. Just, quit and leave a vacuum, and we'll fill it with 6, parties, and we'll do a vote, and we'll start over again clean. But we cannot have these people behind opaque doors shaking hands without our permission, dropping bombs on countries that we like Japan. We can, I wonder if the Japanese youth are aware that my grandparents kind of dropped the bomb on you without our permission. And normally we would have killed them back then, but they control everything, and they lie, and they cheat and steal, and they just they make us look really bad in American politics and the world politics all the time. And that is a rogue government, and we've had it since Hiroshima, I would say. Pretty much since the day the bomb hit Hiroshima, we've had a rogue American government that's been in control, that pushes wars overseas like Afghanistan and Vietnam, and they're just like these people, just like Russia, just like China. We have rogue governments who have taken over our shit, and they send us to world wars all the time, and quagmires in Afghanistan. This is all 100% true. I wouldn't say it. Traitors, like Trump. Traitors. People who turn on their own people. Trumps. Traitors. Same thing.
The chances of replacing the dollar as a reserve currency
are low.
And even if that happens, it's most likely going to be a big bucket of currencies that replace the dollar, not the yuan.
The year is 2022, and
I love this guy. He's actually smart. It's really rare, He actually knows what's going on. It's fucking awesome. It's so rare to see somebody with a fucking clue, because this government doesn't, and they haven't for 90 years. Look at what they've let happen. They let World War I happen. They let World War II happen. They let JFK happen. They let the Cold War happen. They let the fucking Vietnam happen. Since we let the rogue government take over since 1926, whenever we moved in, all of the Nazis that fled Germany after World War II, right? When is that? That's since 1946, we've had Nazis running our government. I believe this. I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe it. And I think the prison state industrial complex and is straight from the Gestapo's playbook, and I think that's who taught us to it, and I think that's what we did with it. We opened up a bunch of prisons, and we have a bunch of FEMA medical camps all over this country that aren't being used, and all this other stuff. And I think and I think we have a rogue syndicate running our government, and I think every time there's a vote, it's actually kind of like musical chairs. It's not actually a vote. It's more like who's powerful enough not to get de-seated. I don't think it has anything to do with a vote. I think there were votes in America is a complete misnomer. I think that's a reality that hasn't been a reality since 1946. Now, we did have vote in this country for 200 years, but not since 1946. No, we've just had cheating since 1946, since pretty much they dropped the bomb on Hiroshima against our will, without our permission. We've had a rogue government who took over the American government, Chinese government, Russia government. I'm not saying they're all the same people, but they kind of are. The deep state. And they ruin us all the time. They leave us starving and hungry while they charge, $1,200 for gold and $1,000 for a barrel of oil and, $10 for a loaf of bread, and they just live off of our sorrow all the time. What's not to understand here? Is it that hard, or?
Wide range.
Traitors. Our American government is comprised of traitors. I say with 110% certainty. I know that they can come shoot me with a high-powered rifle in my chest to kill me from speaking the truth. I'm very aware of what they do to people like me, and I'll take that risk. After the way they've treated me in the last 10 years, after the fucking 10 years they held over my head like some kind of guillotine and shit in the state of Colorado, like I was some kind of fucking like a mass murderer or something like that. Like I deserved 10 years for my ex-girlfriend's drugs being in my car. And no, I didn't. And you don't deserve that leadership anymore. And if you don't step down, I'll take it from you, or some such. No, I won't. I personally myself won't take it from you. When I say I mean the American public will ask you to step down if you continue the way that you're doing. And if you ever do something without our permission again, we'll kill you. Don't you think about dropping a nuke. If you drop a nuke without our permission anywhere in this world, I don't care where it is, I'll fucking kill you myself, traitor. I don't want another World War II. And the idiots killed our education system, so we're too stupid to learn history, so we're doomed to repeat it. This is why 1 in 5 Americans are illiterate, is so we don't read history books and understand what happened in World War II and understand what to avoid when it comes back around here in 5 or 10 years, because we're due. It's going to come back around here in 5 or 10 years, I think. It's fucked up, but I think it is. And I'm yearning for the fight. I'm ready to kill the American government. I'm ready to kill the Republicans and the fascists of the world. I'm ready to fight them. Very much so, you know? I've been stifled my entire fucking life since I was a child, and I need your boot off my neck. And I don't want you ever telling me what to do with drugs, what to do with money. I don't ever want you fucking throwing me in jail for drugs. I don't want you controlling women. I don't want you controlling fucking people of color. I don't want you getting into fucking terrible like snafus overseas. Nobody asks you to do this except the shitty Republicans. The Democrats don't want it. All this other stuff. Democrats don't want war overseas. That's a Republican thing. The Republicans are the ones who like the guns and the wars overseas and talk about, you know, blast Fortunate One while they roll around in their choppers and stuff. They can have that violence if they want, but what it really is bombs on your mother's house. You know it is. So yeah, get these fucking traitors the fuck out of here. I'm dead serious.
That we did not expect.
And I don't care if I ever sell. I don't care if I make money doing this. I don't care if they kill me. The world that they've made is such shit. I don't care. Don't care if I ever make money doing this. I don't care if anybody listens to me. I don't care if anybody ever talks to me, honestly. But I don't care. The world's dead to me. You killed the world, Mr. White Man. You killed the known world, Mr. White Man. I really believe this. I believe the white government killed the world.
More accurately, did not expect.
Got nothing to hope
place.
for, look forward to. No love life, no sex, no money, nothing, no education or freedoms, no drugs. You got rid of that. You prison industrial complex everything. I have war to look forward to. I'm sure that's coming, yeah. You know, so yeah, why would I do anything that you ever said? Why would I believe in you? Or, you know, to me, you're no different than the CCP. You're the same people, same people cut from the same Nazi Hans Scharf interrogator cloth. You're the same people. Same SS, no difference. I consider the cops in this country no different than the SS in World War II. I mean, what's the difference? Same guns, same clothes, same bullshit, same truncheons, same I can't breathe, same bullshit. That's where they got taught. That's who taught them to do this. Don't believe me? I've brought this up like 9 or 10 times on stream, but Hans Scharf was the death of America for me. When I understood what our rogue government had been doing, you know, Hans Scharf was the death of America for me. I'll tell you right now. Hans Scharf, yeah, was the death of America for me. Hans Joachim Gottlob Scharf was born December 16, 1907, and died in 1992. They won't say where because it's actually really, really you know, they won't say where the lead investigator of the Gestapo died because it's Los Angeles, right? And we moved him in 1947, I believe. He was a German Luftwaffe interrogator in the Second World War. He has been called by the master interrogator of the Luftwaffe and possibly of all Nazi Germany. He has also been praised for his contribution to shaping U.S. interrogation techniques after the war. So yeah, pretty much just the day the war ended, right? The day that they lied to us